Hello, how you guys doing? Oh wow, that's really weird. Oh man, I gotta fix that. I feel like I'm talking into a... There we go, that's better. Now I can kind of hear myself. My new hat kind of made it so I couldn't hear out of my ear holes. I figured I needed to get a hat that was in the spirit of what we're doing today, so I made this with my wife's help. I was gonna use the other kind of aluminum foil, but we have this really bad aluminum foil, and it was actually kind of blocking the sound. I mean, I guess it's metal. I don't know how much good that would actually do to protect your hearing. None, really. So general, why I'm wearing the hat, it's just sort of a nod that I'm aware that everything that's being said here is actually insane and not real. The actual good, oh, right, yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna say stuff like I'm going along with the bit at times, but just so you know, I don't actually believe any of that crap. Now the government won't be able to, yes. They make the regular stuff too thin. Oh, that's important too. I enjoyed this overlay. Well, thank you. I actually wanted to talk about this overlay, specifically this bit that's right next to me right now. I got a message on Tumblr, which is where people go to anonymously message me things that they don't want to say, you know, directly to me, saying, hey, I don't like it. What was the exact phrasing? I'm not gonna unsubscribe or whatever, but like, I don't like it that you've got Ko-fi and Patreon on the rotating thing. So I wanted to ask y'all, like, what do you guys think about it? Because honestly, I was just adding all of the links that I have, because I've got my YouTube ones. I need to point that away, because it's reversed for me. I should probably just flip my camera so it's not... Then I don't have to think. Not thinking is good. And then I've got this one that's all my social media stuff, including my website. Distaste for the Ko-fi and Patreon links. Yeah, people don't know they exist. I figured I'll just throw them out there, and if people want to like deal with them, you can. The frame is a bit too chunky. We might need to de-chunkify this a bit. It never occurred to me to be bothered by it. Take out the links, or keep the links, get rid of the support me. Yeah, maybe it's the phrasing. I mean, that's a pretty easy edit. We can spend like 5 seconds doing that real quick. So spirit science, a lot of what they're saying is just a belief system that I think is insane. And last time we called it a cult, and I feel like that was a little premature, I will say. Just because he believes in some weird pseudoscience crap and is basing a religion around it, and then uses his position to you know, make money and to sexually exploit people, allegedly. I should add allegedly, even though it seems like it's more or less on the level. The actual culty stuff isn't really there on these, you know? I mean, yeah, no, he allegedly sexually assaulted someone by, you know, messing around with their chakras and stuff. So I updated the thing. It should appear in a second here of the thing. We should look up cult compounds for sale. That's I mean, yeah, I guess that's a thing. Let's see what you guys think of this edit of it. It's a little off center, but that better, you think? Maybe. That being said, I am actually going to go back to spirit science for one real quick. We should talk about cults though, real quick. Check list of if you are in a cult. There's actually an official cult characteristics list. Here we go. We suggest that you check all the characteristics that apply to you or your group. This is from cultrecovery101.com. The bite model. I don't know as if this is the bite model. This seems to be a bit of a rephrasing. Bite model of authoritarian control. Behavior, information, thought, emotion. Right. So here's the list that the Cult Recovery 101 came up with. The group is focused on a living leader who to whom members seem to display excessive zealotry, unquestioning commitment. Maybe. I mean, honestly, maybe, but that's just YouTubers in general. The group is preoccupied with bringing in new members. Again, that's just a YouTube thing. The group is preoccupied with making money. They are talking about, you know, half that video about the music thing was just about merch related to it. Questioning, doubt, and dissent are discouraged or even punished. Not really. Mind-numbing techniques such as meditation, chanting, speaking in tongues, denunciation sessions, debilitating work routines are used to suppress doubts about the group and its leaders. No. The leader dictates sometimes in great detail how the members should think, act, and feel. It must get permission from the leader to date, change jobs, get married. Leaders may prescribe what they wear, etc., etc. No. The group is elitist, claiming special exalted status for itself, its leaders, and its members. The leader is a messiah or an avatar. No. I think, Rev, can I get married and change my job? No, you're not allowed. The group has a polarized us versus them mentality. No. Group leader is not accountable to any authorities, as are, for example, military commanders, ministers, priests, monks, rabbis of mainstream denominations. This seems like a weird one to pick, but yeah, no, he's not that. The group teaches or implies that its supposed exalted ends justify the means, considered unethical before joining the group. Collecting money for bogus charities, not really a thing. And then the leadership induces guilt buildings into members in order to control them. So really, spirit science isn't a cult, is what I'm trying to say. He just has really bizarre beliefs and is a YouTuber. Is he a garbage person? It seems like it. But that being said, let's go ahead and get this one going. And I picked this one because it's 90 minutes, which means I don't have to pick things. It's kind of wild that this is actually giving me a headache. Maybe my hat is just big enough, or my head is just big enough to be in this, and not any bigger. All right, let's see if I can get a screen region that'll work for us here. Let's bring it down all the way to here. Keep on going down. All right. Actually, we could just full screen this and then pause. So this is the Conspiracy Theory of Everything 90-minute special from Spirit Science. It has a good thumbnail, in my opinion. Let me see if I can get it up on screen for you. There you are. Now, based on the last video of his that we watched, we can pretty reasonably assume that these are conspiracy theories that he believes. And the reason I can say that is because I know that he believes in the Illuminati, because they're from Mars, according to that video. And he believes in aliens because some guy went and checked him out, right? And then it's like, no, they actually aren't. They didn't ascend. So, didn't the Illuminati get canceled? I mean, okay. Bigotry percent any. All right, let's see what he's got in here. A edited 90-minute version of the 4-hour CTOE conspiracy theory of everything documentary. We pray this edition is not censored as previous versions have been. It's cutting off a little bit of the video. Let me try and fix that. We aren't watching the 4-hour video now. For a complete documentary experience, please use the link in the description. All right, what you got for me? An opening of the mind is advised. We can break free from the Matrix. Matrix is like every conspiracy theorist's like favorite thing, isn't it? I mean, it's easier to say than like the cave or whatever. Great start already. Loving it. Love the typeface. Is it the same T throughout? It is. Wonderful.
Welcome to what may very well be one of the most important videos we've ever made. Now, in order to even begin this video, I must first establish this disclaimer. This video is a set of hypotheses, an exploration of the world, and while many ideas will be explored, what we are sharing here is not meant to be taken as definitive truth. We're not
Okay, so let's remember that this is one of the first things it said.
Claiming this is entirely made up of facts. Rather, we are attempting to explore a deeper, perhaps darker, area of human consciousness and see the bigger picture of what is really going on.
Anyone else think it's a little quiet? I'll crank it up.
Have your own experience. Do your own research.
Do your own research. There it is.
Don't be afraid to go deeper down the rabbit hole. For the truth is often stranger than fiction. There's no denying that
it's the truth, which is why we told you to do your own research, and we aren't even sure if it's real or not.
Collective human consciousness is in quite of a pickle today. It is chaotic and overtaking itself.
What year did this come out? 5 months ago. Oh, these are recent ones.
And all of nature. Because of the internet, we have nearly real-time access to information. And yet,
Anon, thank you for the 7 gift
only
subs.
Seeing a particular slice of the story. For example, the algorithms behind what you find when you use Google, Facebook, YouTube, and almost every other social network are designed to show you what you're already looking for, or what the computer code thinks you want to see based on other people's behavior.
Okay, that's not a conspiracy theory, that's just,
for new information, to find something different, or follow someone who is creating content that is going.
Can you check and see if the 4-hour version is paywalled? I bet you it is. Full uncensored version on Spirit Mysteries. Watch it free. Secret government. Okay. And if I click the... It's free, but... I'm good. Also, I don't want to listen to this shit for 4 hours.
Going down rabbit holes and sharing what they find, what you get is generally what you're already accustomed to seeing. You only see what you want to see. Further, due to the controversial nature of many ideas, especially those labeled as conspiracy theories,
because they are.
Many ideas are not explored by the masses.
Because they're bullshit and kind of a waste of your time. Good use of a PNG. I like that you did, looks like they did probably edge detect and then didn't shrink it by a pixel.
Because when they hear about it, they see that these ideas are ridiculous.
No, it was talking about how the algorithm works. And I'm like, yeah, that's not a conspiracy. That's just how algorithms work. That's fine. Okay, so far, we're like 1 for 3, I think.
And and they write them off as nonsense or dangerous extremism. Following the herd mentality makes it easier to dismiss exploring new ideas.
We are watching
so people
Spirit
can
Science,
easily
yes.
go along with their lives.
The most unfortunate man's haircut. I instantly zeroed in on him and I realized this is just stock footage, but Jesus.
This is critical because the ability to change one's belief changes your experience.
There's a list of pictures of bootleg Furbies on the Furby wiki that's horrifying and delightful to look through. Yes. Remind me if we get to that point.
Of life, and most people are happy just letting things be as they are. A minority of people are compelled to seek higher truth at all cost, and certainly most of us know that sometimes it can be very hard to empathize with those who choose comfort over following their passions. As the saying goes, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
You can't make it drink battery acid, that's correct. Like... Okay.
And trying to convince others to think differently only leads to distress on everyone's part. As many ancient texts will suggest, this is not how true wisdom is passed on. This creates a sort of self-created deception and distraction from the bigger picture, which is rarely explored. If you're already familiar with spirit science, we've talked before about how everything is connected. This was even a fundamental part of my own awakening, where I had a transcendent experience.
Oh, this is his real voice. I'm not used to hearing it. I'm used to hearing it at, like, you know, high speed, so it sounds like up-pitched.
That all things were
I'm not familiar with spirit science. Let's see. Let me try and remember the big points. Atlantis is real. It was inhabited by proto-humans, and I forget what they were called. And they had the consciousness of 12-year-old girls. No explanation on what the fuck that means. Then the space Jews showed up. They didn't evolve consciousness right the first time, so they had to try again. And then on Mars, there was a group of, what was it? They had the mental attitude of 60-year-old men, and they came around to start bossing around the people in Atlantis because they fucked up and tried to make a triangle, but they did it wrong, and it was fucked up and evil. And then they tried to make a triangle on Earth, and it was also fucked up and evil, and everyone was mad about it. Yada yada. We didn't really hear much about. They want to make a time traveling Satan star or something? Yeah, that was kind of it. Yeah. And then the space Jews kind of just, you stop talking about them, I guess, because, like, if you're trying to do a primer on why people should join your religion, you probably don't want to start with the space Jews. That's a vibe that is pretty rancid. And yeah, honestly, there were parallels with 999, quite a few, including Funya Ripa being real. Yeah. Honestly, just like, if you look up, what was it? The Faith of the Ancient Masters? 999, it's a video game. It's sort of like Saw for anime kids. Morphogenic fields are real. Exactly. Yeah, just, I don't know. There was a bit that, so yeah, my dad joined, he likes to watch my streams every now and then, so he joined in for a second, and it was the part where it was talking about the spaceship that's 3 atoms thick, but has writing on it that's 5 atoms thick, and he got that, and he was like, yeah, I'm gonna go. And I had to explain to them what I was watching so they didn't think that I was insane. Like, I don't actually believe any of the shit he's saying. Aside from, the algorithm works by trying to give you more of what you want, so that way it can, you know, get you to watch more stuff. That's, like, legitimately the thing, you know? Like, okay, yeah, that is actually how, yeah.
Unified and stemming from and linking to.
Yeah, you can fit people in the spaceship. I don't know how. What's with the new shiny decor? I've got to protect my brain from the government.
Singular greater whole. Yet today, and the struggle of human consciousness, is that most people are not seeing it, simply not looking, or not even wanting to look.
Chemtrails.
In modern science today, there are many scientists searching for an all-pervading theory of everything, something that unifies quantum mechanics and the theories of relativity.
This is true.
And so today, we respectfully present to you the
some shit we made up
theory of everything. I invite you to watch this with the intention of self-reflection, for as is the nature of consciousness itself, pointing the finger and blaming others only creates more of the same cycle that we've been trapped in. Liberating ourselves from the illusion is the only way to really break free of the shackles that bind us to our lower...
I should point out that this guy does believe that the world is, like, round, which is good.
...state of being.
So, I mean, like, at least we've got that. I mean, there were, like, multiple secret catacombs under the pyramids, but at the very least, the world is round. The bar is low. Is the moon a government projection? I don't know if he's mentioned that yet. He didn't really talk about the moon, so I don't know. Mars is real, though.
Our conspiracy theory of everything begins first with the demiurge. The demiurge is an ancient Greek and Gnostic concept describing a consciousness that is considered to essentially be the creator of the physical universe, but not the supreme creative force behind all things. A good way to explore this idea is through The Matrix, a science fiction story that suggests everything we think we know of as the real world is nothing but an illusion, a false world within which most are imprisoned, unable to effectively identify what is real. As people go about their day-to-day lives, they think that their world is authentic.
No
but
worries.
that every individual is truly
He's kind of
plugged
soft-spoken.
into an artificial reality severed from the real world. While people suffer, there is a tremendous benefit to the ruling overlords, who in the film were a form of AI. As it relates to us, this AI is in essence the demiurge. The demiurge was described as a force.
Okay, so yeah, that was the plot of The Matrix. I think they actually got the plot right, which is, I know that sounds like a very low bar, but we were watching this other one and the guy didn't know what the fuck 1984 was about. He just, like, had heard of it. So, you know. Oh, okay. Gotta give props where props is due. He knows how the algorithm on YouTube works. Makes sense. He's a shit ton of subs, and he understands what The Matrix is about, which makes sense. It's a pretty straightforward movie.
Deity, or a consciousness, who was responsible for the creation of the physical world and reality. However, in a way, it had imposed itself over top of the true reality, the supreme oneness that created all things. In this, it was a false god who had assumed authority over the world, masking the living beings, namely us, from the supreme truth, the highest order of creation.
The Matrix is a metaphor for being trans, isn't it? Yeah. But you know. What if it's about secret government that's trying to stop you from knowing about the Mars aliens and the space juice? Jesus fuck. I feel anti-Semitic just saying that sentence. And I'm making fun of this guy. Holy fuck.
Making us believe that what we experienced as real, the physical reality that we are a part of, was the true, authentic reality, even though it wasn't. Depending on the school and belief of different Gnostic sects, the demiurge was either seen as something malevolent, deliberately trying to deceive us, or something that was simply ignorant or misguided of its place in the universe and the rest of creation, which led to us becoming lost in the illusion as a result. Said in simple terms, the demiurge was the force behind the physical universe, but within our consciousness, so long as we perceived that which is physical to be real, we were slaves to the illusion of the false, or at least incomplete, reality. To that end, these ancient people, at least those who are part of the ancient mystery schools, believed that the physical reality was an illusion. They sought to liberate themselves from the illusion of reality through varying spiritual practices, from meditation to plant medicine ceremonies and everything in between.
It actually had an attribution in the corner.
Of existence and break free of the false world by finding the truth, the supreme oneness within.
That was a pretty rad animation. Let's go back and see what the accreditation was for. Here.
To that end, these
Lorne, until there's no end, 2010. Can't read what that says because the seek bar is in the way. I can't read what that says. This is a banger animation, though. What's the point of that animation, though? To show a person breaking out of the physical needs or whatever. Like, that all sounds pretty fucking good. Like, but, you know.
From meditation to plant medicine ceremonies and everything in between, in order to connect with higher realms of existence and break free of the false world by finding the truth, the supreme oneness within. This is because even the demiurge and the physical universe still stemmed from the supreme oneness. And
okay, so we're like 8 minutes into this, and like, why? I mean, you can believe there's a demiurge, but you haven't, like, source. You know? Like, that's neat, I guess. Cool. You can believe that, but okay.
The light of truth could be found within. Known to the Gnostics as Sophia, meaning wisdom in Greek, it was the act of awakening this divine spark within us that would return us to the higher realms, which became the ultimate goal of many Gnostic schools.
That guy had a pee-pee.
This is where we find the roots of enlightenment and light concepts from around the world, which teach that within this world of suffering, we can release ourselves from the illusion through various forms of mastery and self-discipline, both physical, emotional, and mental. This, of course,
oh, we're gonna definitely fuck around with the pineal glands.
To do so. In essence, transcendent people do what is hard, and that's why their lives are easy. People in suffering do what is easy, and that's why their lives are hard.
Okay, real quick. I heard a quote recently that said that conspiracy theories are factually wrong, but emotionally correct. And I think that's true. Here's what that means. The vibes are, I'm upset, I'm scared, I'm angry, but they're not right about what the cause is. It's just still the spirit science guy? Yeah, somehow he figured out how to, like, drop, like, his balls dropped. So, like, it's the idea that, like, everyone else is just doing nothing, and, like, you know, we're gonna actually get around to, I don't know, like, a majority of people don't believe in the conspiracy theories, and that's because, like, he's being, like, whatever. This is actually kind of giving me a headache because of how it's set up. Maybe I can just put it on top of my hat. There we go. All right, good. My neurons. No, it's okay. I'm safe again. I'm good. I'm good. My point is that the fear that no one's doing anything about, like, the bad things that are happening in the world is a real fear. I think a lot of people here can identify with that. The fact that it's a demiurge, collective consciousness, like, supreme creator that's just doing shit at random or whatever, you know, that is not real. People want control. They want to be able to explain stuff. That's why JFK, you know, assassination conspiracies are so common. That, and that the official story is just they rushed it and it's got problems. Not that it's a conspiracy, but just like they wanted to have a good, clean answer as soon as possible. And they might have fucked up the investigation. I don't think that was a conspiracy that they intentionally fucked it up, but I thought you were going to say that JFK's head just did that. I mean, yeah, obviously that's what happened. But you know, people like to believe that there was a big conspiracy that happened. You know, it wasn't just one guy could do that, because you want to believe that the government is strong and powerful, and you know, people want to believe that the government's in control. People want to believe that bad things can't happen. And the only way for a bad thing to happen and the government to still be in control is if it's the government doing it. And that's why there's a lot of conspiracy theories where it's the government doing it. That, and the government has actually done a lot of fucked up shit in the past. Totally believable they do more fucked up shit. But, yeah, speaking to this part of it, no, nothing he said so far is true, aside from that he's afraid that no one gives a shit about the problems that are happening.
Today, there is a tremendous volume of voices from across the internet, exploring ideas, concepts, and sharing a metric buttload of memes. But amidst...
I love that. Man, that is such an exploitable cut right there. Hold on. We're gonna go back a couple slides.
Fast forward to today, there is a tremendous volume of voices from across the internet, exploring ideas, concepts, and sharing a metric buttload of memes. But amidst the voices of the masses,
this is the Space Jews guy, yes.
Concept emerging and being discussed in scientific and even some mainstream circles.
So,
an idea that proposes that the entire universe as we know of is actually a hologram or a simulation of some kind.
This is actually a theory that is being floated around. It's only somewhat seriously being taken, and I think that the people who do have this belief are also people who are seriously taking some shit.
Scientifically speaking, if we look at the cosmos from the perspective of quantum mechanics, there is a general acknowledgement that we really don't understand the universe like we thought we did.
Yeah, that's what science is for. We go and look for answers rather than just saying shit. That's what science is about. Science is about finding the answers, not having the answers necessarily. So, like, if we had all the answers, we wouldn't have scientists anymore. And yeah, quantum mechanics are confusing as shit, which explains why we don't fucking understand it yet.
We are seeing the building blocks of the universe, the subatomic particles, the waves, behaving in ways that do not make sense in the context of classical mechanics. Which
I think that conspiracy theories are actually looking for answers to questions that people asked. Like, how could something as horrible as 9/11 happen? You know? They're trying to make better answers than reality gives us. You know? How could something this horrible happen? The government must have been in on it.
Discrepancies in the laws of physics. Yet, the laws of physics still stand and apply in a practical sense when talking about our macroscopic world. But the fabric of the reality that we live in operates by rules that we have yet to uncover. The holographic universe seems in principle to be very much like how you might expect a movie and a projector to work in tandem. When you watch a movie, you enjoy it linearly, going through it one frame at a time, usually at 20.
Why'd you use the 2014 Spider-Man rather than a more recent one?
30, or 60 frames per second. The stories on the screen follow a narrative of some kind, and generally speaking, there are definite laws that make up the universe you are experiencing in the film. Yet, the quantum world, on the other hand, is like being able to observe
I have no idea what Lucy
the
is.
entire roll of film timelessly at any point, which includes zooming in on individual frames, playing things backwards, forwards, the sequels and prequels all at the same time. The particles and waves that make up our reality
It looks like a cool movie.
and could potentially imply notions of retrocausality. And while they too follow their own set of laws, they are different.
If you say things like frame rate, you get to say numbers. Numbers make it sound like you actually have a source. Or like an idea of what you're thinking. You can't just like pull numbers out of your ass. Numbers have to come from somewhere. So it sounds very like, okay, if he's saying numbers, he must know something. He's also saying big words like, Lucy is literally what if we use 100% of our brains. Okay. Yeah, I want to use that memory of the time that I got stood up on a date when I'm trying to figure out how to make breakfast. I already have that fucking problem. It's called depression. Why the fuck would you like want to use 100% of your brain all the time?
From the world we exist in at a macro level. Another example of this is found in computer code. What you are seeing on your computer or phone screen at any given time is a filtered projection of what is really going on underneath the surface, designed to be easy for you to interpret. Yet, under the surface of these
grand mal seizure is using all of your brain at once, isn't it?
Machines, there is a computer language that is incomprehensible to nearly everyone. Languages like binary and machine code are too simple to make complex algorithms effectively in. Instead, programmers use higher-level languages designed to be understood by humans to write code that is then translated into the lower, base-level machine code and then.
Okay, sure, yeah, no, we use C. We use C++ because it's easier than writing in machine code. Sure. As a programmer, this is offensive. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the best possible read is that people don't code directly in machine code or assembly, but people do. They're just insane. Like, I don't know why you would do that.
What you are seeing when you look at your phone or computer monitor ultimately comprises mountains of ones and zeros that lay under the surface of the digital world.
Okay.
Just like what is under the surface of our own reality.
Oh yeah, the guy who made Roller Coaster, was it Tycoon? Made it all in assembly for maximum efficiency, and that's why it like runs no matter what, basically. It's like the yeah. I don't know how you... Wasn't, like, Pokemon also done in assembly or something? Like, I don't know why. But yeah. But yeah, no, reality is actually just a different level of code under what we've seen. Okay, great, sure.
You might be familiar with the ancient wisdom teaching, as
Plato's
above,
Cave?
so below.
Oh, okay.
A concept that applies on several levels, describing that which exists in higher realities is a mirror of lower ones. So as with machine code and binary, ultimately all of that computational code is equal to and actively creates the digital experience on your devices. But they are two entirely different paradigms. This is the great challenge of modern science today, unifying quantum mechanics and general relativity, because we are unable to comprehend yet how the physical world and tangible substance, continuity, gravity, life, time, and consciousness emerge from this flux field of quantum information.
Do you have a
appears to operate
proof on
by
any of
an
this?
entirely different set of laws related to statistics and probability.
No, we just... Okay, we just don't know the rules to that level. And also... So, I saw someone saying like, oh, we could figure... I was reading something on Reddit, and it was like a train driver had stopped because someone had put rocks on the rails. Someone was asking, well, would that actually do anything? And someone was like, well, actually, you could figure that out because the weight of a train is blah, 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 and you do this formula. It's like, yeah, that kind of science works, but like, that gives you an estimation of what's probably going to happen and not always what's exactly going to happen. Also, what if you're just not putting the right variables in for that specific equation? What if the rock hits something that it shouldn't? Like, there's only so much that kind of like math can really do, and we don't know enough about quantum mechanics to really make a general theory of everything yet. We're working on it. There are really smart people who are smarter than me who aren't going to sit in front of a stream of people on Twitch wearing an aluminum foil hat to try and explain this shit. And that's fine with me. I don't have to be the guy that knows that shit.
Yet, like with machine code and computers, are they really so different? The question then becomes, as many are theorizing today, could our entire
Many are theorizing today.
reality be nothing more than a simulation? An artificial reality that our consciousness is plugged into? There are some oddities that have been captured on camera that some people believe are glitches in the
Some
Matrix.
people.
Now maybe these oddities are fake, who knows? But as an example, we do have this curious clip of a bird who is perched in midair without moving before flying away. There was
Yeah, okay. So like, I have this grainy ass image of a thing. Okay. I don't know. Sure.
also this news footage from Russia several years ago that someone caught an individual levitating on camera.
You can tell what the fuck you're looking at there?
But when the guy with the camera called out to them, the girl dropped down and ran away.
Oh, conveniently once he looked away from her? Okay, sure.
Now again, I'm not trying to say this is hard evidence
Good, because it's fucking not.
of a real-life matrix, but it certainly compels curiosity. And this is what it's really all about. Humanity living in the question, in the mystery of life.
Yeah, that's why we need more scientists to figure out these big brain questions. Especially if it can be brought back down to Earth where it actually affects me and you, our lives, on, you know, normal shit, right?
And these strange occurrences that beg us to ask the question, what is the true nature of reality?
No, usually I just send that to Captain Dissolution and hope that he did a thing about it. Captain Dissolution did a beautiful debunk of that video. That's amazing. Speak of the devil and he appears.
Now, on that note,
Captain Dissolution does really good content. I'm just gonna like shout him out real quick. I'm sure you guys have already seen this shit, but Captain Dissolution. He does videos talking about like how to do different things that you see in like movies or like here he's got a stairwell that is claimed that you can keep going in a circle.
Architect Raphael Nelson of Uganda was built in 1968.
And this is an infinite staircase. Holy shit. That's fucking awesome. But then like he explains how you would do this and he kind of just talks about how it's kind of just bullshit.
I encourage you to please do your own research and go down these rabbit holes yourself and make up your own mind.
I highly
In this
recommend
way-
if you need like something to watch when you're sick, just like I'm sure he's got a playlist of just like everything he's ever done. He doesn't debunks. Watch this. Just watch this whole thing and it's great. It's good for your brain. And like while you're sick, it's great to watch. This guy does really solid work. He's a good channel.
You become a conduit of free thought rather than following in the herd mentality of that which has been established for you by the powers that be and society at large. Even if the laws of physics as we know them today say that this is impossible, levitation or birds perched in midair, we also know that the laws of physics are incomplete.
I mean, it's entirely possible that those two videos were fake, and that seems more logical than anything else.
We don't even know how to properly fit gravity into our standard model of physics. and perhaps unlocking these secrets.
All right, well, let's check that out. Gravity and physics. Let's check this out. What do we got? Actually, I think that this probably needs to be a display capture rather than a window capture. There we go. That's better. All right. And then I probably need to move it up some. There we go. All right. No, I don't know much about physics, but it does seem like there is a like we do understand gravity, right? Like, stupid fucking question, but we understand, like, check out the image, it looks AI. That could be real. Like, I believe in gravity, and it believes in me, see? Like, that shit works every fucking time. Because me and gravity have a thing. We're chill with each other. We know how gravity works, but we don't know what gravity is. Sure. Partially. It isn't included in the standard model, and that's why we're looking for our unified theory. I mean, it looks like we've got the equations. I don't know what the fuck any of these equations mean, but, like, in order for us to understand gravity and, like, relativity and shit, like, we needed to understand that, like, time is affected by gravity, right? Like, and in order for that to be true, we actually, like, because that's true, I guess I should say, we actually had to, like, figure that math in to when we send signals out to satellites and stuff, because of the difference in measuring of time based on gravity. So, like, we've got the idea of gravity down well enough that we can apply it to real shit that you're looking at right now, because you would not be able to access me without having access to the internet that you'd need satellites to do, right? So, like, science is pretty good at making predictions that are consistently true. I don't think that means that we can levitate if we just meditate well enough.
Will change everything for us. And this brings us to our primary key.
They have the cables under the ocean, sure.
We begin with our conspiracy theory of everything, the basis from which everything to come will build off of. The demiurge is, in essence, a lesson about the illusion.
Does this have a premiere chat? I don't see one, no. Also, want to point out that this is here.
Of reality. That the entire world as we conceive it to be is based on what we perceive with our physical senses, which is a limited experience of the totality of that which exists.
Oh, I forgot to open up YouTube chat. Hold on one sec. There we go.
In the whole universe. This idea suggests that the illusion of the cosmos is incomplete, and as long as we believe in only it by itself, we too shall remain incomplete. We are living.
But again, like, we're looking for a unified theory of everything. We don't have it yet. I can't stick around to watch, but this conspiracy of everything video, I've seen it before. It's a great demonstration on how failing critical thinking gets you pulled into a whole different fucked up conspiracy world. Yeah. Honestly, critical thinking probably needs to be taught in school. And reading comprehension. I burned some dude the other day on the internet. Such a lame brag. I go, you know, one thing I believe is that the government should, you know, better teach reading comprehension. And the guy was like, yeah.
Within a material universe, yes. But there is more to the
because he wasn't reading what the fuck I was saying and just going on about some other shit.
Believe in this limited reality, we will continue to perpetuate its existence. It is only by embracing that which we
Thank you for the 23 months of
and
support,
asking the right
protector of poop.
Can we break free of the fetters that bind us? In the Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
Okay. It's really interesting what he discredits and what he immediately goes like, yeah, this is just true. Like, he had to explain how the internet worked and how YouTube works and all that shit. But like, you know, the Emerald Tablets, they're real. He hasn't seen them. We're just making shit up, but we can see them. We're aware of them.
The Atlantean. There is a great deal of discussion that describes the human soul as a light trapped in the veil of the night. A metaphor suggesting that the night is the
Are the Emerald Tablets a real artifact? I can't find anyone who's seen them. I'm trying to find any evidence that they actually are a fucking thing. Like, I would love to see a picture of them.
Of separateness, the soul disconnected from the supreme oneness, or simply trapped.
The Emerald Tablets, they were found underneath the pyramids, in the room above the 5 atom ship, or 5 thick atom ship, and above the giant city that is accessible through under the Sphinx, but you can't go there anymore because they didn't bother filming it because Paramount backed out of the deal. So, you know, the Emerald Tablets are so real, man.
And illusions in general. Basically anything that is not the highest truth. It is the unilluminated mind that actively creates the reality that it perceives to be real. And as such, humanity lives out its days in the dark, veiled in the illusion of one's own beliefs, disconnected from any higher reality.
Wait, what does the movie company have to do with Secret City? Only Paramount is allowed to film things. God, you an idiot? Of course we don't have footage of the secret ancient city that's underneath the pyramids. Because no one is allowed to film it except for Paramount. And Paramount didn't film it because they got greedy and wanted more money. There was a force field, but they hired some guys and they got rid of it. So it's all Paramount's fault. Yeah. Copyright law or whatever.
It was portrayed excellently in Marvel's Doctor Strange, when Stephen denies anything beyond the material universe, and then is shown a glimpse of the multidimensional nature of reality, that thoughts are things. He is shown that all of us steer the reality field by our conscious intent. But yet, as we become complacent in the creation of our lives, we give up control of the driver's seat. But then the question is, who is driving the ship? Literally anyone and everything else. Carl Jung called it the collective
auto-generated, right? Okay, they are auto-generated. That's why it's spelled Young. Oh, there's definitely going to be Jungian stuff, man.
Unconscious. The collective mind field of everyone whose thoughts and feelings influence our own very decisions and actions by the concentration of their energetic weight. Whether it be the media, the news, advertisements, what your family or friends tell you, or things that you just happen across on the internet. Ultimately, all of it is processed by our egos, which shape who we think we are as we disconnect.
Sorry, I had to scratch my head.
The nature of our being. So the question then becomes,
this is the same crazy guy, yeah.
What is the truth? What is the higher reality? And how do we connect with it? The ancient
No, actually, my question is, how the fuck do you know any of that?
Wisdom, or enlightenment, or the true nature of being, is a continuous journey into the unknown, and the illumination that we are active creators of our lives, not simply beholden unto the preconceived patterns that we've been following in. The great truth we must understand about the demiurge is that we are the ones who actively perpetuate its existence by believing in the physical universe as the ultimate reality. Your beliefs shape the reality that you experience, as Dr. Bruce Lipton has demonstrated through his work with the biology of belief. The belief.
I don't know if you could hear it because the audio is real quiet, but it sounded like part of the song was just like a little air horn. I'm going to back it up like a couple seconds so you can hear the air horn. See if you hear it.
Perpetuate its existence by believing in the physical universe as the ultimate reality. Your beliefs shape the reality that you experience, as Dr. Bruce Lipton has demonstrated through his work with the biology of belief. The beliefs and ideas that we hold in our minds can be scientifically proven to affect how our DNA and cells express themselves. If you believe you are a lowlife with nothing going on and will die alone and miserable, guess what kind of life you will lead?
I mean, I think you've confused what is this called? Self-fulfilling prophecies with, like, if you believe you're gonna have a bad day, you will actively seek out bits to make your day worse. That doesn't mean that the reality is shifting around you. That's not the way it works. And, you know, there is a book that I've recommended in the past called The Upward Spiral. That doesn't, it's not like super, like, whatever science. It's just like, it's just psychology. It's not like that we've got brainwaves that affect things.
If you believe you can change the world, guess what kind of life you will lead? In order to break free of the limitations that we feel are imposed upon us, we must first believe that it's possible to do so. We must open ourselves to a greater truth, a greater reality, one that is beyond the demiurge, and perceive a cosmic truth that forever changes life as we know it. Yet, humanity is not paying attention to messages like this in mass, and there is a reason for it. It is a very significant and critical thing, for this one piece of the puzzle must be resolved.
Is it by Dr. Korb? Let me check. The Upward Spiral. Yes. My shrink recommended to me. It's mostly just random psychological surveys and stuff. It's a self-help book. Just talking about, like, yeah, if you do things that make your day bad, you're going to have a bad day. If you do things that set yourself up to have a better day, you know, if you list out all the things that make a bad day happen and then just don't do those things where possible, you're going to have a much better day than doing things that you know will make you feel worse. Stuff like laying around in bed all day is not going to make you feel better because you're kind of just stuck there. And no, my brain bucks didn't earn any interest over the holidays because people didn't fucking pay me back. Some of y'all owe me some mind money.
In order for humanity to truly advance as a species and break free of illusion collectively.
Oh.
But with that, the mysteries of who is behind all of this.
Okay, so we can't blame that. The fact that this may not make sense now on him, necessarily. 20 minutes were cut because of YouTube. I'm a little bit suspicious that it may be right before he starts to actually prove any of the shit that is, you know, real. That, you know, he cuts away, and that way you have to go and sign up on his website to actually get the full story. I bet you that that's what this video is now.
Aside, how exactly do the world elite control human consciousness? Due to the sheer volume of control mechanisms, here we're going to provide a lighter
Can you
overview.
define the world elite?
You are encouraged to explore these as you see fit. Fear and scarcity. At the highest level of control, fear is one of the most easiest methods to control the population in mass. This is a two-way street that binds the influence from the elite and us together.
Unironically, I don't think that he believes that it's Jews. Because in his explanation of the spirit science thing, look up spirit science and Emma Watson. He thinks he has a psychic romantic relationship with her because he was on shrooms once. Yeah, that video actually is gone. He took that video down. What does he think that the space Jews are doing? I don't know. But the Illuminati are the people from Mars, which is different. Which is better than straight up anti-Semitism. I'll tell you that much. So does the art have to be good? No. I actually really like just any art. I mean, I like it when it's good, but you know.
The problem when we live from fear and scarcity, spreading it around to each other like a nasty virus. Fear can be used to corral people in all manner of directions, to take actions that are not in their best interest, or to give up their power and control to others. Our food. For the most part, all of the food that we're eating today is toxic, designed to subdue our creative energy, making us easily addicted to things that are unhealthy for us. Whether it's...
Okay. This Coke is addictive, and the people who made it did not make it addictive in order to make my brain not work. They did it so that way I'd buy another Coke, which worked because I bought this one because I wanted a Coke. So, like, yeah. Is it filled with a whole bunch of shit that I shouldn't be eating or drinking? Yes. Is it made out of a specific combination in order to do mind control shit? No. That looks like a good chicken sandwich. That's a real conspiracy theory. Why is it when I go to Wendy's, I don't get a sandwich that looks like that? Why does it always look like shit?
Processed foods, rich with salt, sugar, and fat, or even our produce, which has been chemically engineered or sprayed with pesticides and herbicides. We can see this with Monsanto, who have actually patented seed and GMO production, disallowed the ancient practice of saving seeds, and ultimately controlled the food supply, but have masked it as providing the world food.
Monsanto is actually fucked up and evil. Like, sure, yeah. That's not really even a conspiracy theory. They just are awful. I don't think that they're mind controlling us. I think that they just want corporate product, and the best way to have, you know, you get more money if you have a monopoly. So they're just greedy. I don't think that it's like a conspiracy to control our minds. I think they just want more money.
We recently published a movie called Healing Your Body with Food, Spirit Science 33, which reveals the truth about food and where it comes from today. So we won't get super deep into it here, because there is a lot to cover. But if you want to go deeper into this, please watch that movie after this one is done. Ultimately,
I'm good.
The bottom line here appears to be that we are what we eat, and most of us eat far too much, and in that, consume too many harmful substances.
I mean, America is unique in that it has, we eat shit that is illegal to put in food in other countries, because it has been shown to be a carcinogen and to just make you fat. So, like, it's not, a lot of shit we eat is not good. I need to make it like swirly, I was told. I mean, listen, it's it's hard to make this thing like perfect. I don't want it to be like a radio antenna either, you know? I don't want the beams to just go bam and ground in me. I don't know why that's ever a thing that they don't think is gonna happen, you know? You gotta twist the center so the 5, well, I'll have to take my hat off to do that. Do I take my hat off to do that? Like, now I'm like, do I leave it on or do I take it off? There's a bingo card in general if you want to see it, if it's all right for stream. I mean, I'm good for now, but thank you. Get another piece of foil?
Fluoride in the water.
Oh, for fuck's sake. There's not enough fluoride in what you drink from water to matter. It's... No.
Some have said that fluoride is...
Some. Weasel words all the way through. Anything that actually needs some sort of proof, weasel words around it. Some. Some have said.
The metaphorical tears of the New World Order, and that it's their most widely used weapon against us. The idea, in a nutshell, is that governments put fluoride in our water supply in order to negatively affect huge populations and facilitate mass control, whether for financial gain through the health defects that it causes, or for the purpose of disrupting our connection to the spiritual planes.
Soaring Blue, thank you for the year of support.
Conspiracy brings up notions that it calcifies the pineal gland, the organ in our brain that is often linked to...
It's not the fucking fluoride, it's the decayed lead pipes and decaying infrastructure that's been neglected, if anything. I believe that, sure. Yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely shit in those pipes that shouldn't be there anymore. We probably have a bunch of lead pipes that are just there, and I don't think that's a conspiracy. I think that's just, like, the US government specifically does not spend a lot of money on that kind of shit. What were we talking about the pineal glands for?
Fluoride in our water supply in order to negatively affect huge populations and facilitate mass control, whether for financial gain through the health defects that it causes.
What kind of health defects does it cause?
Our connection to the spiritual planes. Any quick search of a fluoride conspiracy brings up notions that it calcifies the pineal gland, the organ in our brain that is often linked to consciousness and
often linked. By whom?
The third eye. The idea of the pineal gland being linked with consciousness originally came from the French philosopher Descartes, who argued that the interaction...
That wasn't Descartes. What? That was... I want to say that was Socrates? Yeah, that was Socrates. Why the fuck did you show Socrates when you meant Descartes? Do you know who Descartes is? If you want to remember what Descartes looks like, here's an easy mnemonic. Where's the one that everyone knows? That AI, it's not an AI meme. It's like my dick is the, give her the dick. There it is. Rene Descartes. Yeah, that's him. If you've ever seen the image macro of give her the dick, that's Descartes. It's sort of like how I now have like an easy way of remembering when Tiananmen Square happened because of the Taylor Swift album 1989 having like a merch line that says like remember 1989 and it not being like super legal to wear in Tiananmen Square.
Between non-local consciousness and the physical world occurred inside of it.
Pretty easy to remember for me now.
Fluoridation began, you find a convoluted, suspicious mess, mostly centering around the aluminum production company Alcoa, who supposedly had a lot of toxic waste to spare that took the form of fluoride as a byproduct of aluminum production. after a single biochemist who was sponsored by them showed in a lab that fluoride affects cavities in rats in 1939, so the story goes, the first public proposal that the US should fluoridate its water supplies were made, not by a doctor, but by an industry scientist. Nowadays, our water is fluoridated in over 24 countries, mostly in the Western world. According to chemist and researcher Charles E. Perkins, who wrote the book The Truth About Water Fluoridation.
I love that. Just again, none of this is backed up with stats or figures or information. Why do so many conspiracy theories start at the Great Depression? That's a good question, actually. That's a conspiracy theory of its own.
Repeated doses of infinitesimal amounts of fluoride will in time reduce an individual's ability to resist domination by slowly poisoning a certain area of the brain.
Source.
Thus making them submissive to the will of those who wish to govern them. While there are unsupported theories that the Nazis used the chemical in concentration camps, or the USSR in their gulags, the threat of fluoride isn't just a theory. The work of Jennifer Luke in the 90s showed that by old age, the pineal gland contains the same amount of fluoride as teeth, having been calcified as we age.
Who is this? We actually have a name. We can look up who Jennifer Ann Luke. Who is Jennifer Ann Luke? First thing that comes up is Luke, 1997, the effects of fluoride on the physiology of the pineal gland, and it is from the Fluoride Alert Organization. Every other piece of information about her, involves fluoride, and so that's the only thing she's known for. What else has she done? Is there like the effect of fluoride? I mean, like, we're gonna do the research that he didn't bother to do. The physiology of the pineal gland. Let's look this thing up. Do we have any... You obviously can't trust what they say. The pineal gland, I believe, is real, but I don't think it does anything special, right? Like, this is big. We're 24 minutes into this, and he cited a source that we can actually look up. Like, that's huge. Let's just look it up. What does the pineal gland do? According to the National Institutes of Health.gov, the main function of the pineal gland is to receive information about the state of the light and dark cycle from the environment and convey this information by producing a secretion of the hormone melatonin. Makes you sleepy. Tries to figure out whether it's night or day. And then if it's night, you can be a sleepy. Okay. The EP gland. The Guardian has a thing about fluoride flaws from 2003. I mean, I guess we could look up... I don't know if like looking up the number of cavities in America is useful from 1997, because Cokes really got going in like the 70s. But like I remember in the 90s, it was like everywhere. There were advertisements for soda and stuff. So like maybe the reason that our teeth are more fucked up is because we eat worse? Like the slight amount of fluoridation in the water is probably not going to help with that. Thanks, Obama. If there is any fucking information about fluoride being unhealthy, I can't find anyone talking about this that does not sound like a conspiracy theorist. The National Library of Medicine says the discovery of fluoride in dentistry has revolutionized treatment modulate MODALITIES with a new aspects of prevention and conservation of tooth structure coming into foreplay. Kinky. Since then, there's been a lot of research on both topical and systematic fluoridation in overzealous attempts to control most debilitating dental problem of caries. Although topical fluoride is still widely used as a preventative measure for dental caries, systematic administration of the same has garnered a major criticism worldwide due to the low margin of safety of fluoride and no control over the amount of individual intake when administered on a community level. This problem is prevalent in countries with the presence of natural fluoride belts that extend from Turkey to China and Japan, through Iraq and Iran, Afghanistan, increasing chances of both dental and skeletal fluorosis, and hence the increasing focus towards defluoridation. This historical review and highlights the distribution of fluoride worldwide. Okay, so this is basically saying like it's not good to add it in the water in places where there's already a fuck ton of fluoride because, you know, is it unsafe? Dr. Treadley H. Dean began investigating the epidemiology of fluorosis in 1931. Okay, this is not the guy who came up with the idea of yeah, I mean, anything's bad if you eat enough of it, sure. I'm just trying to find if there's like a only 50% of the daily ingested fluoride is excreted through the kidneys. The remainder accumulates in the bones and the pineal gland and other tissues. Initial studies on animals shows that fluoride accumulation in the pineal gland led to reduced melatonin production and early onset puberty. So it seems like maybe just adding it to the water isn't actually having any sort of helpful effect. I mean, I'd believe that. I mean, it seems like something you'd probably want to use in a normal amount. I'm still going to drink it because, yeah, it doesn't seem like anything I'm reading here says that it's bad for you. Unless if you explicitly live in an area where there's already too much fluoride in the water, which seems to be like Eastern countries, just because that's where it is. Okay. You can get fluoride-free toothpaste if you want. You can, yeah.
In the 90s showed that by old age, the pineal gland contains the same amount of fluoride as teeth, having been calcified as we age. Further, a huge review on fluoride toxicity published by the National Research Council in 2006 reported a range of negative side effects from fluoride. including decreased melatonin production and other effects on normal pineal function, which in turn could contribute to a variety of bad effects in humans. In fact, studies from Harvard and China's Shanghai Health Institute may even have linked fluoride to
tap
reduced
water.
IQ in children, and even suggest that it could be toxic to a developing brain. As well as being linked to certain types of cancer, it's also been shown to destroy the male reproductive system in rabbits. The bottom line is, the benefit to risk ratio on water fluoridation is unclear due to a lack of good evidence, with most people not even knowing that they're drinking it. If the
I'm aware that I'm
conspiracy theories
drinking
are to be
fluorinated
believed,
water. Sure, here it is. I want to get dumb as shit. I'm gonna be so fucking stupid by the end of this.
professors doing this research have been met with numerous attempts to discredit them. Stephen Peckham, director of the Centre for Health Services at the University of Kent and professor at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine at the University of Toronto, has had his research of water fluoridation rejected from dental health journals. He's even spoken out about being accused of statistics hacking and for research that made the link between fluoride and hypothyroidism. It seems as though someone does not want this info getting out.
I'm gonna let that one go because I honestly don't know enough about like teeth and fluoride, but I've been drinking water all my life. I have not died from it. What if it's just wrong? Yeah, probably. Considering everything else he said in the past like 20 minutes has been just bullshit. Excluding the YouTube thing. He's right about the algorithm. It does try and present things to you that will keep you on the platform. Sure.
Entertainment and subliminal messaging. The entertainment industry has been a source of conspiracies for a long time, with often disturbing subliminal messages in children's entertainment, such as references to suicide and sex found in everything from Disney movies.
The thing about subliminal shit is if you knew it was there, you would register it. Like, it's not subliminal. Also, this thing with like SpongeBob, that wasn't subliminal. That was just a straight up suicide joke.
To SpongeBob, but it often goes deeper and darker. The entertainment industry, especially Disney, has seen several instances of hiring young children, making them into massive celebrities, making a fortune off of them, and driving them insane.
Yeah, do you think that the fucking way that the Disney like pipeline, like anyone who is in the Mickey Mouse Club has had some fucking problems. It's almost as if that Disney is kind of like running these people through an awful situation. Being a child star is really bad for your brain. Yeah, I remember the Judas Priest trial too. Yeah, what if it's just child actors are being abused by an industry that just cares about money and products being made and not about... Okay.
This has also happened with the K-pop industry, with their so-called slave contracts that force the young singers into decades of servitude, having them work endless hour days and running them to the point of exhaustion. There are actually many instances of these young singers collapsing on stage due to exhaustion.
What if... Yeah, could it just be capitalism?
Also links back to the conversation of pedophilia networks. For many celebrities,
Trying to figure out where the fuck that came from. What?
celebrities have now spoken out about how bad Hollywood really is for pedophilia, including people like Brad Pitt, Elijah Wood, Evan Rachel Wood, and Corey Feldman. The news.
This is a famous clip, and this one is actually kind of disturbing that they all were fed the same line. This is actually a thing. I should say, before he actually shows us what this is. Oh shit, it fell off. It is concerning how much the local media is run by very few people. Like that, considering most people get their news from the local media, though now it tends to be stuff like Twitter and shit like that. Yeah, no, I'm fucked now because my tinfoil hat came off. Hold on. Here. I mean, while it's off, I might as well make the little spiral. I didn't know about the spiral. I gotta protect my pineal gland as I drink more fluorinated water. This is that clip of a dozen different stations saying the same shit. That does suck. That is bad.
News often perpetuates a story that things are bad and getting worse. There is a consistent theme from the news of toxicity, and as people watch this in mass, we come to believe it, and thus perpetuate it. The people running the news command more attention by spreading this kind of information because bad news gets more attention than positive stories, and therefore, we continue to create this reality. When you are constantly looking at the world in a negative light, you are not looking at your own light. In fact, you don't even know that there is light within you. There is only darkness.
Yeah, this is not like being suppressed. This is just an actual real problem. It's literally known. I don't think that anyone's covering that up. Wait, did they mention Kingdom Hearts? I was still focused on the other thing. I mean, and also listening to the news is bad for your health. Like, honestly, go on a break from the news for a bit and your brain will feel better. And that's because listening to depressing shit all the time is fucking bad. Also, why are you all the way up here? Come down.
And therefore, we continue to create this reality. When you are constantly looking at the world in a negative light, you are not looking at your own light. In fact, you don't even know that there is light within you. There is only darkness, shadows, and frightening imagery. And so what happens? I
mean, if you were to open me up right now, I would say that's frightening imagery. Have you ever noticed that leap years and presidential elections, barring any unforeseen stuff, tend to happen on similar 4-year cycle? I have no idea what that means.
Humanity falls further and further into a world of self-created delusion. It's also worth mentioning that even the local news is ultimately both written for and controlled by a unified source, regardless of the network. Just watch this clip and you'll see how bad it really is.
Our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Mass surveillance.
Yeah, I think that's just like journalism has had some bad times, and I worked for the newspaper for a while. It was the newspaper for UT, so not real news, but news all the same. And people just don't have fucking time to do the research, and they don't fucking care. And having been to protests, that seems to be the case. They would rather just go to the quick, easy source of just ask the cops what the fuck happened. That's a lot easier, than actually going and getting the research. That doesn't mean that there's anything. Just means that they borrow news from each other. Yeah.
Medal of Honor for revealing this really goes to Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who brought to the collective attention how the Secret Service of the US and UK governments had the ability to spy on literally
what the
everyone,
fuck number are you
tracking
putting in?
metadata, watching everywhere that you go, and what you're up to. The first program to be revealed was PRISM, which allows for court-approved direct access to Americans' Google and Yahoo accounts and everything in them. Then came Tempora, a British Black Ops surveillance program run by the NSA's British partner, GCHQ. This includes stuff like call databases, numbers, text messages, and even a secret court order requiring Verizon to hand the NSA millions of Americans' phone records daily. One of Snowden's most frightening statements came in 2013, when he explained that by using the X-Keyscore program, I, sitting at my desk, could wiretap anyone, from you or your accountant, to a federal judge or even the president, if I had a personal email. The NSA's...
You mean the government has ways of tracking us and uses it to track us? And if they send you an email, they can give you a Trojan?
Top secret black budget obtained by Snowden exposed the successes and failures of over 16 spy agencies comprising the US intelligence community, and revealed that the NSA was paying US private tech companies for clandestine access to their communications networks. All in all, it was revealed that the NSA was harvesting millions of emails and instant messaging contact lists, searching email content, tracking and mapping the location of cell phones, undermining attempts at encryption via Bull Run, and that the agency was using cookies to piggyback on the same tools used by internet.
Did you know that the US government tracks what its people do? Dear God. What does the NSA do? I kind of forgot. Let's see. It uses the National Security Agency, according to the NSA mission on the NSA's own website, nsa.gov. National Security Agency and Central Security Service, NSA/CSS, leads the U.S. government in cryptology, and that encompasses both signals of intelligence, SIGINT, insights, and cybersecurity products and services, and enables computer network operations to gain decisive advantages for the nation and our allies. So, you know, they track what people do in our country and in other countries in order to know if there's going to be an attack or if, you know, people are organizing protest events. It's low key, yeah, it is dystopic, but that okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not a secret. That's just exactly what they fucking say they do.
Advertisers to pinpoint targets for government hacking and to bolster surveillance. And yet, after all of this info being dropped, it has mysteriously disappeared from mainstream discussion. Our belief systems, we do it to ourselves. At some level, we have to take responsibility for ourselves. As easy as it may be to point the finger at the ruling elite, and there's no question, justice must be served, we must also recognize ourselves as a part of the problem through our own beliefs, herd mentality, and lack of mindfulness and unwillingness to strive for wisdom. If we wish to truly be a part of the solution, I know you've heard this before, but it's more serious than ever. Be the change you wish to see in the world. As Bruce Lipton has demonstrated with his groundbreaking work in epigenetics, our very beliefs affect our biological systems in deep...
Epigenetics. Study of how your behavior and environment can change cause changes that affect the way your genes work. Okay.
and very impactful ways. If we can believe we can live a happy life, then we can. And if we believe that it's impossible,
Is this just saying that, like, things you do can mess with your DNA? Are you telling me that if I eat a shit ton of lead, it's gonna fuck with my body? Oh, no, it's if I pick Wario a bunch when playing Mario Kart, my kids will also pick Wario. Okay. One of those things I believe. It's not the Wario one. I mean, maybe my kids go, oh, fuck, Dad loves Wario. That's cool, because Dad's cool. I'd believe that.
then we actually shut off
Some people
ourselves
think that generational trauma could be stored in your epigenome.
and our bodies from receiving and experiencing satisfaction. Further, people will often try
My
and
eye is
rope
getting
their
a
friends
twitch.
into their belief systems in order to validate their own opinions and perspectives. And so what we're dealing with here is a mass field of consciousness that is trying to push its beliefs onto.
I feel like you skipped a step there. Did I miss the bit? Did I miss a bit where that made fucking sense? What? You went from epigenetics is a thing to we share a collective. Epigenetics don't get passed down like that. It's been known for like 200 fucking years. Okay, cool, yeah.
Everyone else, and the truth is muddled and lost. Generally speaking, all of this unconsciousness keeps us small, and we do it to ourselves.
Speak
The
for yourself.
collective mindset
Man, no one has ever complained about my size.
often appears to lack any interest in education, learning, wisdom, or connecting with truth, and in this may compel us to outrageous levels of stupidity. Now, at some level, we must be able to laugh at ourselves, because humans are notorious for often doing very dumb things. And in today's day and age, these things are often captured on camera and shared for all to see, which fills up Reddit and YouTube channels to no end. For example, scrolling through Reddit's "Our What Could Go Wrong" channel will bring
If you go on Reddit, you could have a bad time. That reminds me, every time I boot up Reddit, well, not every time. Some of the time, Reddit likes to ask, are you having a good time on Reddit? And if so, would you mind giving us a 5-star? And I always say, no, I'm not having a good time. And they go, well, can you tell us what we could do to, like, change that? And I go, no. I'm not having a good time on Reddit. No, I'm not going to try and fix it. I will continue to use this service. It sucks ass.
endless laughter at the ridiculous things that people do every day. Yet, it is also a clear reflection of our lack of ability to generally exercise a higher consciousness on a regular basis. If we really want to evolve, we have to do better. From the
That
very
must have
top
fucking
of the
hurt.
chain to the very bottom, it seems clear that there is a problem. At the beginning of this chapter, we said that there is a sickness running through the underbelly of human consciousness. And while we have explored the idea that this sickness may be perpetuated and inflicted upon us by a demonic consciousness, whether it's sick, twisted psychopaths, a reptilian species, or demonic entities themselves.
What? Did I fucking miss some shit? What?
The truth is that we actively perpetuate it by staying asleep.
I fucking hate this. This cartoon sucks so much ass. It's so fucking bad when people use their phones. What are they even looking at? They don't talk to people anymore. It's like, what you fucking think I'm doing with my phone, bitch? I'm talking to people. My friends live in my tiny box.
Mystic and disconnected, and such is the nature of this chapter within the conspiracy theory of everything. Upon exploring the spiritual path, we can see that we remain complacent due to the disconnection of our souls. For when we live just from the ego, we live as self-centered, materialistic, pleasure-seeking beings who do not actively perceive or care for the search for anything greater. The soul is the voice of truth, love, and compassion within you, the most authentic and highest version of you. It is the eye of awareness within your heart that connects you to everything, that sees and knows that all things are connected. However, in mass, there are so many who are disconnected from the soul and don't even believe that it exists. Thus, ideas like this are often ridiculed and demeaned by the masses, which further perpetuates the soulless body of human consciousness.
Why do all these videos use the same animations? Because coming up with original thoughts is not what we do here. We gotta like kind of like we gotta use all the good memes, like the does Rev know about spirit science? Guess what channel we're looking at? Like, are people just going with the flow because it's easier? Yes. Is it because their pineal gland is calcified and they don't believe in the soul anymore? No. It's because they're working their ass off every fucking day and they don't have time for other shit.
Running rampant. A body of ego. Obviously, this makes it very easy for the elite to control the collective mind using all of the ways that we've explored, because we are not operating from a state of higher collective consciousness. Rather, we are operating as if we are chickens with our heads cut off. Yet, if even but a glimpse of
this shit pisses me off so much. Searching for higher spirituality and higher planes of existence is not still seeking pleasure. You're just seeking it from you're trying to find happiness by trying to like come to that conclusion in a different way. I really feel like that people need to maybe learn, like, what's the term? Like, sometimes the wallpaper is just yellow in a story just cuz. But, like, sometimes people need to have that level of, like, comprehension where they realize that maybe it's not just it's not that it actually, the yellow of the wallpaper in this scene does fucking mean something. Let me find a picture that I found recently that pissed me off. Where is it? I'm sure you guys have seen this. There it is. As a punk rock girl, this turns me off. Stop bringing politics into music. Green Day's Billy Joel Armstrong altered the lyrics to American Idiot to sing I'm not a part of the MAGA agenda during the band's performance on Ryan Seacrest's New Year's Rocking Eve. She then, she's a blue check mark, by the way, and she used this moment that everyone was dunking on her to say, that you could buy this shirt that said "Make Punk MAGA again" or "Make Punk Great Again, Trump 2024" or something like that. Yeah, I was gonna interact with this post, and then I realized that she would get like paid to do so, and that's like really fucking with my brain. I'm like, are people fucking actually this dumb, or like are they just being dumb? This person did this deliberately as interaction bait. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, I think there are some people who just say stupid shit on the internet just to piss people off. I don't know if this punk rock girl actually believes that, but there are actually people who genuinely think like this and genuinely believe that being like a Trumpoid is more punk than, I don't know, this. Several of the punk subreddits that I go to had this fucking problem. They had to do a huge culling because they ran into this exact issue. Anyway.
The soul can be seen, which often happens through lucid dreams, near-death experiences, psychedelic experiences, or other personal
Nazi punks, fuck off. Exactly.
An individual is usually changed forever. It is very
They think that punk is against the grain.
The way things were when you suddenly see and experience within that you are a part of something so much greater than
I really
yourself.
hope that Rage Against the Machine figures out how to make that printer work, because that's really fucked up. Like, honestly, printers are such a pain in the ass. I was trying to print something last night. I was going to print out all the different art that I've got for sale for my art sale that's coming up. And I was like, I couldn't get the printer to work. And I'm like, this is what Rage Against the Machine was talking about, isn't it? This fucking printer doesn't work for shit.
And that your own thoughts, feelings, and actions have a direct impact on the world around you. How could you go back to...
I want to blame this for some reason for me feeling like my brain is getting stupider. I think it's the lack of sleep and the fact that this guy is full of shit. I swear you did this joke like 3 times. Once it stops getting laughs out of chat, I'll stop saying it.
To being ignorant of this, once you know a higher truth.
But I do feel like the wrinkles are being sanded off actively.
Must be taken from both ends of the spectrum. Those who are perpetuating the crimes against humanity, the mass manipulation, the pedophiles, the rapists, the murderers, all of them must be brought to justice. However, if we think this will solve all of our problems, we are sorely mistaken. For if we remain asleep and complacent, we remove one leader and a new one just takes its place, and the cycle continues forever. Thus, the other half of the equation is that we must also take it upon ourselves, each of us, to evolve our way of thinking, to heal the connection with our soul,
penis,
and to be examples of what it means to be virtuous, soulful, and compassionate. But again...
Did you just transgender? Good for her! Holy shit!
This is only still just the beginning, for our journey of waking up also stands in alignment with the evolution of technology and the introduction of new tech that will forever shape the future as we know it. The subject of extraterrestrials has mystified humanity for countless...
We're done with that thought, I guess. That felt like a conclusion to a video. Like, yeah, we could flip all these people out of government, but, like, we gotta, like, reattain our spiritual enlightenment or whatever. Like, I almost agree with him. Like, yeah, if we just keep replacing the people in power, that's not gonna change anything. We need to change the systems themselves. The bit I disagree with is floating up in the air and exploding into being a girl. I mean, that's good for some people. It's not good for me.
Generations.
Why is this video so long? This is the 1 hour cut.
Alone in the universe has inspired us to push forward and advance as a species in the search for life in the great beyond. But to this day, judging by the way people generally treat the subject, it would appear that we have yet to make any form of substantial contact. Yet, the awareness of a deeper truth that something is being hidden from us is regularly being leaked to this day. Let's start with some basics.
It feels a bit like, there's this one where it's like a kid's asked to like show how he figured out the answer. I can't find it. And so it just has like a drawing of him like thinking. Use the repeated addition strategy to solve fuck off, reject all, fuck off, to solve 5 times 3. Sure, yeah, 5 3 times is 15. Yes. Like, yeah. I was gonna show this. I couldn't find the image that I actually wanted to do. But it was like, he got the answer, but he didn't know how to prove it. Is your tinfoil hat ethically sourced? I got it from the kitchen. I made it myself.
Which would be UFOs, which we all know stands for unidentified flying objects.
I wanted to say that he was basically doing that shit. Teacher fucking up grading is newsworthy? Yeah, that's not the one that I wanted to do.
Or as they're starting to be called today, UAVs, unidentified aerial vehicles.
I don't think anyone says that. The fuck?
It was shortly after...
Found it. Can I post a link? Yes, give me a second. Permit. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, because you have that thing. Yeah, sorry, I didn't get it together in time. Yeah, here it is. This is the one I wanted to show. Thank you. Bobby has 4 dimes. Amy has 30 pennies. Which child has more money? Bobby. Correct. How do you know? Show your thinking. I feel like this is kind of what just happened. Like, he's almost there. He almost had the idea right. You know? He just got to the conclusion wrong.
The 2 atomic bombs went off during World War II, that UFO sightings spiked around the world. Hundreds of reports of UFOs began to emerge in the decade that followed the incident, and it was in 1947.
Was it any bit related to modern movies or anything?
Really interesting. Reports of a UFO crash landing in the shape of a flying disc inspired tremendous interest in possible alien activity as the US military quickly quarantined and cleaned up the site, claiming it was simply a weather balloon. This was really the beginning, and today, thanks to modern technology, especially cell phones, we have access to thousands, if not tens of thousands, of seemingly unexplainable UFO sightings from around the world. My own personal favorite is the Dome of the Rock incident from 2011, where several independent people caught footage of a bright, glowing, and oscillating orb that descended over the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. After hovering over the sacred temple for several moments, it shot upwards with tremendous speed, disappearing into the sky. In more recent times, a video that was leaked several years ago was released by none other than the Pentagon, featuring 3 separate accounts of US military pilots attempting to track and follow incredibly fast-moving aerial ships, without any clue as to what they were. Along with curious phenomena like these, we also have a long list of ex-military officials who have either claimed to have seen...
Oh, I thought they were going to do the frame rate mismatch thing where you can, like, see a second eyelid or whatever, but we're talking about, like... okay. Sure. I mean... I really want them to show the alien mummies from Mexico, yeah.
Interaction with these crafts, identifying that not only are they real, but they have no idea what they are.
I mean, could it be another country's spy shit? Like, because that, if they had a thing that we couldn't identify, that'd be a really good fucking plane to, like, spy on Americans with. But okay.
One particular interesting subject in this discussion is the work of Robert Dean, a retired command sergeant major who, after that job, became a ufologist, and had been very public about his experiences with UFOs and ETs up until his passing away in 2018. At one point, he gave a presentation the full thing of which you can
or
find
our own
available
shit
on
too.
YouTube,
Why not?
accounting many of the things that he saw in the military and NASA. The most interesting of which being the story of what happened during the real moon landing. Now, many people today believe that the moon landing itself is a conspiracy, that it was faked because of certain things that stand out about the moon landing that don't make sense, such as why the crosshairs of a camera are appearing behind a particular object on the screen, or the strange objects in the reflection of the astronaut's visor. But what Robert Dean has described was that there was actually a real moon landing. But what happened was that upon arriving at the moon, what the astronauts found was that it was populated. There were, according to him, little alien people walking all over the place, ships flying through the, well, I'd call it air, but I guess they don't have oxygen up there, do they? This was such a shock to the
I was so fucking excited that he thought that the moon landing was real that I missed it. It hit me harder when he said that they had to fake it because there were aliens.
astronauts that after their visit they returned back with 40 rolls of film of what they saw, and NASA supposedly destroyed it. The thinking seems to be that the revelation of this truth was so out there that NASA buried the truth because of what would happen to the world if this was to get out. Now, I'm not saying that I'm in support of hiding the truth, but at the same time, think of how many religious beliefs would be shattered from this truth. How much chaos would be caused if all of a sudden...
I'm not Christian, but like the Bible is just the history of Earth and the universe, but most specifically Earth, right? Like, could it just be that like God didn't write down the bit about like aliens from other planets? Because like fucking why would he? Like, we don't need to know about that shit. Like, so you could still believe in aliens and God. I think it's fine. Not that that's like proof that aliens are real or anything. I'm just saying, like, I think that like religious people will still be religious in the future, even if aliens show up.
Sudden, our entire global paradigm was to change in an instant. Again, I'm not saying that they're destroying the footage, if it did happen, was a good thing, but at the very least, trying to see things from every perspective. Specifically, there was an ex-CIA operative who spoke with AJ Plus at one point, and she described that the single most important thing that she learned from her time as basically a spy was that everyone believes they are the good guy. So even if this event did happen, whoever it is at NASA who controlled all...
I mean, that's true. It's actually a psychological disorder to believe that you're the bad guy. Like, people believe that they're good idea or they're good people and that it's situations that make them do bad things. But they themselves are a good person. That's sure, but that doesn't...
all of the information, probably did it believing they were doing the right thing. We will return to Robert
I can't leave the hat off for 5 seconds or else chat will get concerned.
However, first we have to discuss this. You may be familiar with a man named Bob Lazar, one of, if not the first, to come forward with inside leaks about the secret government UFO programs. He claimed to have been hired in the late 1980s.
I can try and make cat ears.
Engineer purported extraterrestrial technology at what he described was a secret site called S4, a site similar to, and rather close to, Area 51. He described that he had access to a recovered UFO ship.
Do I look like a kitty now?
Was attempting to discover the secrets of how it worked. Lazar claimed that the propulsion of the studied vehicle was fueled by the chemical element with the atomic number 115, known today as moscovium, or...
Like, yeah, right? That's what they don't want you to know. Yeah.
Or E115, which at the time was named Unumpentium, since it hadn't been created yet. However, it was first synthesized in 2003 by a joint team of Russian and American scientists for real. He said that the propulsion system relied on a stable isotope of E115.
I've been enjoying that book you recommended, Utopia for Realists. I don't remember recommending that.
116 during proton
Did I?
bombardment. He argued that the decay products brought about by the reaction
Is it
between
good?
the two elements would include gravitons, a hypothetical quantum particle that is thought to be responsible for gravity. In his new Netflix documentary,
He does look like Stephen
he
King
used
if
the
he had
analogy
lips.
that the craft is kind of like a bowling ball. If you were to put a ball onto a piece of fabric or your bed sheet, and then proceeded to push down on the areas around it, the bowling ball would fall forward into the bends and gaps that you create around it. In this way, the craft would kind of just fall through space by distorting space-time around it, like in a continuous rolling motion. This is what allowed the vehicle to fly and to evade visual detection by bending light around it. He said it levitated silently, and when it was activated, he was unable to even put his hand on it.
Oh, okay.
Because the force would repel his hand away like a strong gravitational field. According to intel that he received while at S4, the ship, which was one of 9 that the military
I love
had
that people in
access to,
chat, like, the thing is, like, I'm a dumbass, but some of y'all actually have degrees in real shit. Like, I don't know, the climatology or like science mumbo jumbo that just goes over my head. I don't know why. I feel like that this is just like there are stories about tribes that in order to keep people from being like assholes and like, you know, bringing like everyone down by acting like they're the greatest, they degrade people who go out and get the food so they don't get an ego. And I feel like that's sort of what chat does for me, you know? Not being super clear because I am a bit sleep deprived today, but what I'm trying to say is chat is smart. And yeah, a lot of these minerals that only appear for like 5 seconds is because they're unstable, right? Like that's the reason that you don't just find them. Like you can find a lot of just random elements all the time, right? Like you could go find carbon, you can go find I don't know, hydrogen. Like these are things that just appear naturally and are pretty solid and stuff like, you know, hydrogen is a pretty simple atom, right? It's like what exactly is like hydrogen? It's like one of the easiest atoms to put together, right? It's 1 and 1. Yeah, 1 proton, 1 electron. And like, you know, if a electron just goes flying off something else because reason, and there's just a proton chilling, like it's gonna be stable. Right? But like when you start putting like, let's throw like a fuck ton of protons and electrons at a thing, then it'll just do some weird shit. And like it may not stay together because it's like, this is too much. Let's knock one of these electrons off. Again, science isn't my strong suit, but like the heavier elements can't really be stable because they need to like they don't like being like that, right? It's every 8 electrons. Okay. So, like, an entire ship made out of this stuff is probably not going to happen because it's not a very stable collection of atoms.
Was originally from the twin binary star system called Zeta Reticuli and had belonged to the Greys, which are the most common visual of aliens that we generally see today.
Sure.
When you think of what an alien might look like, we even
what is your strong suit? That's a great question. And a lot of times people will say, you know, this, that, or the other about me. But like when it comes down to it, I may not be the smartest guy. I may not be the most creative guy. I may not be, you know, the guy you should go to for these deep questions.
Emoji for it. He also explained that the way that the military worked was so secretive that they wouldn't even let the various divisions studying the craft to communicate with
There's
each
no
other.
but to that.
So
That's just a
progress on
sentence.
reverse engineering the technology was very slow. While one group would be working on controls, another on propulsion, and another on, well, you get the picture. But due to this isolation, they wouldn't easily be able to identify how the different parts of the ship were interconnected.
I have a deep
and worked together,
question.
and thus reverse engineering became very difficult. This was especially challenging because supposedly the ship was entirely interconnected. There weren't really any moving parts. It seemed to be one singular solid object. The seat and floor and panels and walls were all one singular material, with no sharp edges anywhere, an entirely different kind of machine than anything we're used to today. Now, after Lazar came out publicly about this,
You're smart enough and you care enough to be aware of and comfortable enough to say that. I think more people need to be okay with just saying that they don't know shit. It's somehow a sin to not know everything nowadays. It's like, I am gonna defer some of the shit that I don't know to people in chat because they might know better. And we can look it up. But like, that is like, just, when you don't know a thing, go look into it, you know? When someone has to repeatedly flaunt how smart they are, they probably aren't. True. I think admitting your mistakes and admitting that you don't know shit is going to make me think that you're smarter than a person who can list out like all of the, I don't know, fucking table of elements or whatever. You know, like, that's a different kind of intelligence. And the intelligence to know, I don't know this shit, and I could find out this shit, and I'm gonna find out that shit if I desire to, as opposed to just a list of just fucking facts.
his life fell apart. Many people quickly looked into his life and found that he seemingly never had any of the education degrees that he claimed to have had. Yet, upon deeper investigation, documents stored away in his old university proved that he was telling the truth. Bob explained that after he came out publicly, he received a phone call from his ex-employers who said, "Do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now that you've done this?" And for many years, Bob suffered as much of his past was erased, and he was made to look like a fool in front of the masses.
I see, so this guy knew all of these things about aliens, of which most of which I just didn't process because fucking whatever. And so when people looked into seeing if he had a degree, they couldn't find it. And so the conspiracy here is that they removed all of that shit. That's cool story, bro. Yeah. All right.
Now, Bob's story is a very interesting one. My highest recommendation is checking out the documentary he created with Jeremy Corbell called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers, as well as the Joe Rogan podcast that they appeared on.
Oh my god, I thought that was
deep-
fucking Stephen King on that one. Holy shit, I've seen like bits of this because, you know, like YouTube thinks that I actually give a shit about this. I thought that he was fucking, I legitimately thought this was Stephen King. And I've seen him like on that in these like clips and shit. And I'm like, man, Stephen King says some weird fucking shit. I don't know why he's talking about aliens. That's not even his thing. He knows more about Maine than anyone else. Like, if he came in and told me that aliens live in Maine, listen, if Stephen King straight up told me that aliens live in Maine, I might believe him, because that's the only thing he fucking talks about is him being an alcoholic and him living in Maine. So, like, he might know. Like, I'd believe that shit, but, like, not just this fucker. I don't know who the fuck this guy is.
To the story of what happened and what he learned. But Bob isn't the only one to come forward with some...
Why is he so wide? What the fuck is this image? Why does he look so weird? What the fuck is this? Is this just me, or does he look wrong?
fascinating stories, and this brings us to Dr. Stephen Greer, who founded the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial
Is he just
Intelligence,
jacked?
or CSETI, in 1990 to create a diplomatic and research-based initiative to contact extraterrestrial civilizations.
He's the guy who set up SETI?
In 1993, a research project devoted to disclosing to the public information that the government and military supposedly have had, regarding the existence of UFOs and ETs. The organization claims to have over 3,000 confirmed reports of UFO sightings by pilots and over 4,000 proofs of what they describe as landing traces, evidence of UFOs landing on the Earth and leaving behind a sort of electromagnetic signature. If we pair this with what Bob Lazar said, it's entirely possible these ships could be bending light, entirely invisible to us, though perhaps not high-level military scanners. Dr. Greer also appeared on the Joe Rogan podcast many years ago.
Citing Joe Rogan is not the win you think it is, dude.
And explained some very interesting things. What he received from a collection of over 30 documents from the NRO, NSA, CIA, FBI, and presidential briefings was that the way that these ships work and the way these ETs understand the universe is leagues
not SETI, a UFO org that copied their name for clout. Okay.
Was that while today we believe that light is the fastest thing in the universe, this is only a barrier, and on the other side of the speed of light are laws that are governed by some sort of super consciousness, and that it is from this higher awareness that interdimensional travel becomes possible, and you can move throughout the universe nearly instantaneously without worrying about the speed of light, which is simply too slow to travel at if you're going from solar system to solar system, or especially
don't do DMT, holy shit.
Especially across the galaxy, or even between galaxies. This is incredibly important to us.
Happy birthday, Winter
it's
X.
Relative to the idea that consciousness and conscious thought actively steers the field of reality that creates the experience.
Okay, just fucking source. You can't just say this shit, man.
That we have. This
DMT is fine and only lasts like 20 minutes. Then the fuck is wrong with Joe Rogan?
is a subject we will return to shortly. However,
Roids?
this
Okay,
conversation
fair enough.
has one massive implication. You see, one thing that Dr. Greer explained was that the significance of alien life to us isn't really all about ETs at all, but about technology. The very instant that it became available would completely transform life on Earth forever.
Also, I didn't realize that the People Who Make Games channel is a channel that the people who work on it run another channel that I've been subscribed to for fucking years and didn't know that other channel. I like watching Shop and Sit Down. Like, that's a good channel. It tells you about board games that you can play. And it's run by the same dudes. I think it's really funny because I found a video of theirs and I'm like, oh yeah, chat was talking about these guys. And I'm like, isn't that guy from fucking Shut Up and Sit Down? Which is, yeah, it's a good channel. They talk about a lot of games and there's some that are actually good. Is there such a thing as an anti-source that you cite it and it nullifies whatever good sources you have? If so, then Joe Rogan qualifies. Is Chris Bratt on Shut Up and Sit Down? Let me pull up Shut Up and Sit Down real quick. It is a good. This somehow turned into me recommending stuff. Shut Up and Sit Down. Lots of like just solid choices for games. I'm pretty sure it's some of the same people. Okay, this guy is not the same guy. This guy.
Inside this box.
This is the same guy from People Make Games, right? When do we get into spirit science? That's what this video is.
Is a war game that in 2018 captured the hearts and...
This channel is really good if you want to know about like board games. Like, Oh, I'm on a private browser. Don't worry about it. I'm fine with the private browser getting a bunch of weird conspiracy theory stuff. Does this channel have over 1 million subs? Yeah, 1.37 million. I haven't even made it to 100,000 on any of my channels. I've been busting my ass for 10 years, and this guy can just put out a video that does not make any fucking sense, does not cite his sources, and who knows, maybe, you know, it's not even bots, man. They've sold the idea to a lot of people. I guess I just need to start posting fucking weird conspiracies.
Imagine suddenly being...
Every view is deserved. I know that's a Mike meme, but I've heard people say that, and the people who say that stuff are fucking idiots. Like, legitimately.
Being able to travel to distant planets, or explore the universe, and forget about having power to fuel the entire world's energy requirements forever. You'd have enough power to blow up a planet if you wanted to. This has tremendous implications.
Read the second top comment on this. I had an awakening moment 8 years ago, and it's been difficult, painful, sad experience to see how many people are still asleep no matter how I try to help them wake, or how frustrating it is to live awake in an empty world. What? Is that the one that you wanted me to read? Yeah, I'm kind of sleepy today too, man.
To it, and may even be part of the reasoning for keeping the technology hidden for now. The question arises, is this technology hidden so that only the secret rulers of the world can have it? Or is it because humanity is not yet ready to inherit such a gift?
Or maybe it's just not fucking real.
In the ET and UFO conspiracy is the concept of the hoaxed alien attack. This comes from the late Dr. Werner von Braun, the top Nazi scientist of Hitler's army, who, after World War II, came to the United States to work for the US government.
Operation Paperclip.
And on his deathbed, he theorized that after a war with the Middle East, one day there would be a hoaxed alien attack, which was a part of the secret plan to weaponize space and control the world. He actually urged Dr. Rosen, his secretary, to thwart this plan above all else, because if it were to come to pass, and space was weaponized...
Yeah, so, true facts, Operation Paperclip was where, in order to deal with everything that was going on in Russia in the lead up to the Cold War, we set up Israel, so we would have a landing base in order so you could interact with the, you know, Russia and that area of the world. And then we hired a fucking ton of Nazi scientists because they were onto some shit that could make cool weapons. And the US government was like, we want some of that. We don't care who you were working for before. We're going to bring you in. That is real. It was just called Operation Paperclip. Whatever the fuck this shit isn't necessarily real. And honestly, a guy going, yeah, we could weaponize space by just saying that we fucking need to. Sure. You get total immunity from anything that you did as a Nazi, but, you know, you got to make us cool guy weapons.
Whoever controlled these powers would have complete and supreme control over everyone, and the world would fall under the complete control of the oppressors. Now, the subject of ETs does not end there, however, because there is also the reptilian conspiracy, most famously brought to the public attention by the British conspiracy theorist David Icke. It's become one of the most infamous and popular conspiracy theories ever, sparking numerous parodies and commentaries in the media and TV shows. To put it simply, Icke believes that an interdimensional race of reptilian entities known as Archons have hijacked the Earth and are stopping humanity from realizing our true potential. He has argued that these Archons are the same beings mentioned in many Gnostic texts that have identified themselves as demons and rulers of the 7 planets in various traditions, mostly having the ultimate goal of preventing souls from leaving the material realm. He claims that because of this, they have gone by many names throughout history, including the Anunnaki from Sumerian myth, and the Watchers and Nephilim from the Book of Enoch. He argues that human sacrifice to the gods in the ancient world was actually for the reptilians' benefit, especially the sacrifice of children, because he tells us that at the moment of death by sacrifice, a form of adrenaline surges through the body, accumulating at the base of the brain.
What's it called?
Is apparently more potent in children, something that is today
What's it called?
reminiscent of adrenochrome. Bringing it more into
Adrenochrome. There we go. Fucking bingo, probably.
Hybrid race of shape-shifting reptilians known as the Babylonian Brotherhood, or the Illuminati or Freemasons to us today, manipulate global events to keep humans in constant fear, so that the Archons can feed off of the negative energy that this creates. Now, he has also claimed that the members of this secret elite are descended from reptilians coming from the Draco constellation. He stated that the reptilians come not only from another planet, but also another dimension, the lower level of the fourth dimension, which he calls the astral plane, the one nearest to the physical world.
Whenever he does cite a source, it's like a fucking guy. Just someone fucking... Like, the source is never a good source when he actually provides one.
As of 2003...
Yeah, it's either some random dude who's been discredited by anyone who has ever spoken to them, or Thoth, one of the ancient Egyptian gods. Sure.
Originally brought this theory out, he said that the reptilian bloodlines include all American presidents, 3 British and 2 Canadian prime ministers, several Sumerian kings and Egyptian pharaohs, and a whole bunch of celebrities. Remember when that article went viral about how Justin Bieber supposedly turned into a giant reptile in front of everyone?
Oh my god, are we doing this? Oh no. Oh. So this is like one of, like, when people believe in reptilians, what they're referring to in this image, Captain Dissolution has a video on this, but yes, okay, so the frame rate is weird and it does it in scans. We could probably just watch the video from Captain Dissolution on this, but from my memory, the camera tries to get stuff from the top to the bottom of the image real fast, and sometimes will do it wrong when it's real fast, like a blink. It's just image compression. He's not a fucking lizard person. He's just a weird guy.
Everyone, some of the most prominent bloodlines are said to include the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, various wealthy European families, and established families of the eastern United States, and the British royal family. In fact, he said in numerous interviews that he saw former British Prime Minister Ted Heath's eyes turn entirely jet black while the 2 men waited for a Sky News interview in 1989. Ultimately, the global elite make up the top of the pyramid for the reptilians in modern day, all with the intention to keep us sedated and trapped in this reality without gaining a higher knowledge.
Again, I'm gonna offer a fucking bounty. I will sacrifice my entire livelihood in order to absolutely push this conspiracy to everyone who's ever subscribed to me. If you can fucking prove anything, give me sources. I will talk about this every fucking day if this is real. Like, that would be fucked up if aliens were controlling everything. That would be horrifying. I absolutely would use every moment of my day to fucking do this shit. Spirit Science, I noticed you didn't teleport into my dreams that night. My pineal gland was open. The third eye and my asshole wide open for you, my dude, and you still didn't show up.
At the top of the global elite,
I want my 5 mind bucks back.
The prison wardens, who oversee us in what is, to them, just a prison world. Along with the New World Order, Their main goal is apparently to create a microchipped population,
Ow.
a one-world government, and a global Orwellian fascist state, a brave new world, which he claims will be a post-truth era where freedom of speech is denied. And how are they planning to do this, you might ask? Well, if Ike is to be believed,
which he's not,
the Brotherhood either created or controls everything. Things like the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, Round Table, the Council on Foreign Relations, Chatham House, the Club of Rome, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the Trilateral Commission, and the Bilderberg Group, as well as the media, military, CIA, MI6, Mossad, scientific publications, most religious doctrine, and even the internet. In other words, they control every aspect of our society and can make us believe what they want, when they want. Before we move on, I think it's important that we now revisit Bob Dean and a particularly interesting story that he shared during the European Exopolitics Summit in 2009.
Yeah, most religious doctrines. Okay, conspiracy theory. What if, okay. Follow me down this fucking, like, conspiracy theory hole for a minute. What if the Illuminati's real? And they only tell actively insane people about it. Like, they just... they find people who are fucking mental, just have something wrong with them. They drive up to random people and go, no one will ever fucking believe you. And they don't do it to control us. They do it just to fuck with people. Because it would be funny as hell.
Retirement ceremony from the US Navy in Washington, D.C. And at this event, there were a great deal of active and retired generals, admirals, captains.
That would be funny as fuck. Does anyone want to start a secret organization where we claim that we, like, control the world and we don't actually do anything? We just, like... we just walk up to people and go, we know.
One particular retired Navy scientist approached him and said, "Hey, I know you. You're that retired command sergeant major who has opened up about the UFOs. I have a story for you. That my last government job was as a plasma fusion physicist at a top secret place outside of Las Vegas. And I was working there for 5 years with 2 guys who were not from here. They were from somewhere else. Delightful people supporting us in figuring out plasma fusion, which equates to infinite energy forever." The man said, after a few years of work...
I'm not a scientist, but, like, infinite energy can't happen because science, right? I have a degree in physics. That's bullshit. Like, entropy is a thing, right? Like, because things slowly stop doing the thing that they do. A ball in motion eventually stops, either because it runs into something or it has enough friction as it rolls along the floor that, you know, it just stops naturally. Okay.
Working with these guys, I approached one of them and...
Historically, the name usually refers to the Bulgarian Illuminati, the Enlightenment era secret society founded on May 1st of 1776. Today, part of Germany, the society's stated goals was to oppose superstition, obscurantism, religious influence over the public, and abuse of state powers in the order of the day. They wrote, their journal statute is to put an end to the machinations of the purveyors of justice, to control them without dominating them. Okay.
Asked, "Okay, what do you really think of us, humans, as a species?" And the alien said,
"That's amazing. imagine like there are two guys and they're from France or something, and you're like, they're fucking aliens. And so he asks them, what do you think of us as? What do you think about us humans? And they're standing there with their baguettes and their cigarettes. And they're like, yeah, all right. I'll fucking say some weird shit because I think that would be funny.
Well, since you've asked, we think you are a primitive, savage, and dangerous race. The other alien who was listening in then leaned in and said, and you also smell bad. And he explained that it's not really about our bodies, although yes, we have...
Honestly, that could have just been some French people saying that. You Americans are crazy warmongers and kind of stupid, and you smell bad.
polluted our bodies and the earth to a wild extent, but that we also have a psychic odor about us. Our thoughts and feelings are so negative that other higher species find it terribly offensive. While this story is actually kind of funny, it's also something that we should take very seriously. According to the reports and expressions from many whistleblowers, the other species who are interacting with us are actually mostly benevolent, and if we can really listen to what they have to say and do some reflection, it may just help us to clear up
one of his other songs. I forgot that guy does other songs.
Any reptilian or other controlling influences, and put us into a position to meet some really cool otherworldly
like
species.
Sandstorm guy. That was from a music video. Many people are saying this. Please.
Know your customer. It's the de facto business mantra of our modern era. Collect enough information on everyone's web browsing and social media habits, listen to what they talk about when they believe they're alone, and feed the data into a network of computers so complex that computer scientists aren't even sure how it works at all anymore.
Okay, someone who knows AI shit better than me, when Google says they don't know how the AI works, it means that like it's an iterative AI, right? Like it you put shit in and then it we don't know how it came to the decisions it came to. It just was given, here's your end goal and here's how you get to do the things you get to do. It's not that like they're programmed so complex. It's just like, just kind of let it do its thing. That's black boxing. Sure, right. Tom Scott did a video on it. Rip to a real one. I wish he was still making videos. He's not dead.
And programs are then linked to nearly all of us through the apps and web services that we use on a daily basis, spitting out products, content.
CGP Grey did a video on it. There you go.
Catered to individual desires.
A lot of AI comes down to a model that you think is a big array of ones and zeros that don't represent pictures or anything. It's nothing that you can actually look at. Right. I honestly believe that they probably don't actually understand it, like, well enough, you know? But I don't think that means that, like, that it's too beyond our comprehension as mere mortals. I think it just means that neural networks are fucking weird. I built one as, like, because I went to a programming class, and that's what our thing was to build neural networks. I don't remember if mine worked. A good deal of the ones we had just did weird shit. Generally speaking, it was like rolling a wheel across a stage or something. It reminds me of, what was it? I think there was a chess program. Might have been tic-tac-toe. That it figured out the best way to always not lose was to just crash the game. Which is funny as shit.
Better than anything that has ever been done before. Keeping the masses glued.
That was one of the computers before Deep Blue. There you go.
Tablets and desktops like nobody's business.
That guy was jerking off.
Specifically designed to manipulate our thoughts and feelings in order to keep us using the apps longer, get our friends and family engaging, and spend more money in the process.
That's just how the algorithm works on most things. They want you to spend as much time on there so that way you have more chances of seeing ads, which is how they get paid. So like, there was one AI chess match in which the AI thought that you could, the key to success was just to type checkmate in chat. I mean, that's a banger move. Before you even move your first piece as white, just go checkmate. That's funny as fuck. Just say, I win. At some point, a human on the other side of that will say, yeah, I guess you're right. I don't see it, but yeah, I guess you're right. That's an amazing strat. I love that.
This is our current reality. And what's more interesting, the business model is wildly successful and most people don't even know that they're a part of it. Where does humanity go from here?
Yeah, if the service or whatever on the internet doesn't cost money, it's because you're the product. So like,
a cyberpunk dystopia? As technology continues to advance, there is concern growing in the minds of those who
someone tricked a car dealership website AI assistant to selling a truck or car for 1 cent. Amazing. Did he get to actually buy it for 1 cent? Because that should be real. Honestly, if you figure out how to do that, you deserve your 1 penny car.
From the Matrix long enough to realize that there is an issue. As technology continues to evolve and humans become more integrated with it, the line seems to blur between what is real and what is not. Then again, if all of reality is an illusion anyways, does it even matter? Let us begin our exploration with the software that currently exists today that begins to blur the lines between reality and illusion.
I feel like he's spent about an hour, and so far he has not said anything? Can anyone, like... Does anyone remember what the fuck he was talking about? Like, I feel like this just rolls off my brain like water off a duck. I don't really feel like... Has he gone racist yet? He mentioned the lizard people, but not really. I think that's the point. Like, I haven't agreed with anything he said.
Deepfakes. Technology is just now reaching a point where we can produce videos of just about anyone saying or doing things that they otherwise wouldn't say.
President Trump is a total and complete dipshit.
Granted, this technology...
I think he would probably say that, actually. Oh, hey, it's Emma Watson. Are you still married to her?
...is still in its infancy, and while that clip itself can easily be identified as a fake, every day as it improves, it becomes more and more difficult to tell the difference between deepfake and reality. Even today, it's being used in nefarious ways, including making porn videos of celebrities by taking their faces and applying them to other bodies. As time goes on, we may exist in a world where across the internet could exist countless videos of famous people, celebrities, politicians, all saying things that they would never otherwise say. And what happens when it gets so good that nobody can tell the difference? The real and fake versions arguing over which one is authentic. But of course...
I mean, yeah, I did think the shows, like, it's been used today in nefarious ways, Trump and Joker makeup. Like, yeah, deepfakes are kind of scary. Like, they're the worst that they're ever going to be, and they're getting better, and that, like, it will probably play a part in this year's election. 2024 is going to be fucking wild. There's going to be some real fucked up shit that, like, deepfakes are going to do. Like, that is concerning. That sometimes he says something very close to something that's real. Like, yes, this is an issue.
This is only the beginning of our technological conspiracies and how we slowly lose touch with our world as we enter into new ones. One of the biggest growing concerns in the world is the belief that the powers that be are attempting to control everyone through advanced microchip technology.
Oh no.
For while each of our mobile devices already track and monitor us,
yeah,
the microchips could be used to monitor and potentially even manipulate thoughts and emotions on.
This is real shit. Your phone. You ever notice that, like, when you look at your phone and you look at the map, that it knows where the fuck you are because there's GPS tracking on your phone? Did you know that there's GPS tracking on your fucking phone? If you're gonna go and do anything that is illegal or you don't want the cops to know about, do not bring your cell phone with you because you don't need to record it and it will track where you went. Don't carry your cell phone with you when you do a fucking crime. In Minecraft? No, that's just real shit. I'm not saying you should do crimes. I'm just saying if you're going to do a crime, which, you know, obviously crimes are illegal, and I would never recommend anyone do any crimes. But if you were to do one, I wouldn't recommend bringing your fucking phone with you. It also can be used as a listening device. If you want to test this, just say random shit. Like say, hey, I'm moving soon. I really wish I could find a good moving company. I really wish I could find a real good moving company. Yeah. You keep saying weird shit like that, and eventually your phone will, like, you know, start showing you weird ads. I don't know if I can take another one.
A mass level, just like Facebook and Google are already doing today. The powers that be wouldn't just be watching you on the outside, they'd be able to monitor everything.
That's
inside,
a DS?
Everything about you, down to what you think about. This technology, combined with an AI that...
This is stupid as shit. Do not insert this kind of shit into your hands. I don't trust that shit for a fucking minute. I will tell you that. I'm gonna go piss. Anger piss. 2 minutes? BRB. Some time before we come back from the ad. A little bit? There's no way we have that much time left. It says we have a whole minute something. Where are we at this song? I got 20 seconds. Alright, there. All right, I got some water. I got a Twizzler. Let's see what we got. Put my hat back on. Here's the Furby link. Thank you. We can look at these later. I'm in the middle of something right now. I know you want me to look at that, but like...
can associate complex combinations of states within your physiology, predicting...
I was thinking about this. I took it off. Yeah, I need to go pee. And it just feels weird to, like, wear an aluminum foil hat while I'm peeing. Have you ever been stuck in a room and you don't, like, you gotta wait for, like, a doctor's visit or something, right? And, you're waiting for, you know, the doctor and you don't have a phone on you because whatever. And so you're just kind of, like, left in a situation where there's no mental stimulation. Just that kind of brain fog you get from just, like, sitting there. I feel like I'm getting that with this, because I feel like there's no fucking source. There's no, like, information coming into my brain.
future behaviors and affecting our perception and decision-making processes, a very scary and possible reality becomes available to us.
Right.
One where we integrate with technology.
We already have,
know,
though.
This is already happening on some level right now, with the algorithms actively recording every...
No, I mean, like, I know what the weather is outside because I got my phone on me. And it's sort of like being a cyborg. You know, a cyborg is electronics or whatever that make it so that way you're a better person, a stronger person than you would be without it, right? It's a bit of a, people's phones do this now. It's like an extension of our brain. I don't know if that's scary. It's just we're augmented to be smarter now. We don't have to be stupid and believe stupid shit like whatever the fuck he's about to say.
Everything you search and serving it back to you on a silver platter. This, however, would be a far more invasive integration. And what's even crazier to consider is that people would do it voluntarily. You see, very few people are going to just allow this technology to be embedded in their bodies just so that the government can monitor them. Rather, just like with cell phones today, the microchip will be a no-brainer for people who are willing to receive the benefits of this tech. And the exchange? Intimate access to your personal information. Everything you see, think, feel, touch.
He's kind of, weird on whether or not he believed you should get the COVID vaccine or not. I am concerned that he's going to say some stuff that's going to demonetize the shit out of this video, but we've already had so many random bits from movies that I'm probably going to get copyright claimed anyway.
Taste, and so on. But what kind of benefits would there be? Well, at the earliest level, which...
Again, I don't think that we should use Elon Musk as a source. What anime was that? That was, I believe that was Ghost in the Shell.
Elon Musk
It's a great
has
anime.
already announced with Neuralink is that by connecting a very few tiny...
How many monkeys have they killed with Neuralink?
wires directly into your brain, they could theoretically overwrite neural patterns of depression, anxiety, and even help heal spinal problems,
A lot?
among other things. But in the grand scheme of things, and with a great deal of innovation, where this technology seems to go is into the realm of having a sort of telepathic link to the internet. When you have a question, instead of pulling out your phone and searching for the answers on the internet, you can access all of the information instantaneously about anything that you want.
Except for that's not a thing. And Elon Musk just likes to promise shit that isn't real. So, like... Also, like, are you telling people, like... Are people gonna actually use this kind of shit? Like, are people going to use Neuralink to, like, look up, like, every speech Abraham Lincoln ever said and compile it into one thing and be able to write a book about it? Or are they gonna just look up porn on their, like, hand? You know? Like, no one is gonna fucking use it for whatever this shit is. No one's gonna look up, like, recipes on how to make bread or whatever. No, they're just gonna jerk off, like, on a plane or something. Like, no, fuck
for
off.
Others with the implant,
It's
you
gonna
may
be
find
for
yourself
porn.
connecting to others in a
If this even works this
pseudo-telepathic
way.
kind of way, where your thoughts and feelings could be personally shared with others in real time, communicating beyond words, but with a language of images, pictures, and even sharing experiences. This would allow you to connect with others both mentally and empathically as well, which could bring people closer together. This would fundamentally change the education system too, for who needs school when you have instant access to every bit of information known to man?
People need school so they don't believe the shit you're coming up with here, man. Like, we need to be able to teach, like, ethics in school. We need to teach fucking critical thinking in school. Like, we need to teach, like, media literacy, the learning process, like how to figure shit out rather than just looking it up. Like, yeah, we'll still need an education system. Fucking helmet won't stay on.
Mankind right there in your mind. This chip could theoretically support you in downloading information thousands, if not millions of times faster than reading or watching documentaries. Much like Neo in the Matrix.
But your brain can only process stuff at a certain speed. That's why fucking subliminal messaging doesn't work. So, like, there's a max speed that you can process information at, and it's different for each person, I would assume. But, like... Just because you could send a whole shit ton of information to your brain real fast does not mean that you could process that information. The Matrix isn't a documentary. It's literally just like Plato's cave allegory.
Downloading a lifetime worth of fighting techniques and becoming a kung fu master in a single day. This level of integration could be possible with this kind of technology.
Yeah, if you just make some shit up, it could happen that way. If I could fly, I could get to the store even faster than driving. I mean, sure, that's true.
Imagine if you wanted to become an amazing artist, or learn everything there is to learn about programming, quantum mechanics, or even becoming a professional accountant or lawyer. So why not just spend an afternoon or evening downloading and installing courses directly into your mind?
Because it wouldn't work.
You could theoretically condense 6 years of intense university studies into a weekend and have the exact same level of knowledge, or even greater knowledge, compared to someone who took the time to learn it the old-fashioned way.
Fucking no. Is this transhumanism for morons? Yes.
And as more and more people integrate with technology, it may even lead to a collective hive mind, where everyone's own brains become processors for a collective consciousness shared amongst all integrated people. On the one hand...
Wait, no, can't we just do that with our mind brain? Like, wasn't there another... In his other video, he was talking about we could already do that without, like, using microchips. What, are you saying this is a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know whether or not... I don't know if he thinks that this adding brain chips is good. He believes in telepathy? No, he believes in collective consciousness. That, like, thoughts are just out there in an ether and we can connect to it kind of thing. It's sort of like telepathy, but different. If you're asking, this still sounds stupid as shit, how is it different? And the answer is, it is stupid as shit, but it is different.
It's very much like the Borg from Star Trek.
This does not feel like the same channel that was citing Thoth every 2 minutes. Yeah, you're right. This feels like some other bullshit. Like,
but on the other hand, it seems to relate with many ancient writings, such as the Hermetic texts, as well as ideas that people like Stephen Greer have put forward. The idea that there is only one consciousness, and while
here we
all
go.
of our bodies appear separate and perceive disconnection from one another, ultimately, we're all sharing the same consciousness within the source field. The advent of this kind of technology would have earth-shattering implications for all of us, and life would never be the same. A sense
this
of
is the
personal
spirit science guy,
boundaries
yeah.
and privacy disappears,
or at
as
least
we
the same
become more
channel.
open and interconnected.
Are his
in
hands
mind
real
and
small?
body. But again, as wonderful as some of these ideas sound, the conspiracy remains. Who programmed the AI that links into our minds? And much like Facebook and Google operating today, would this mental tech dissolve our personalities, losing our individuality, and making us more like robots? When all of us are connected in this kind of way, the lines of reality blur further, and we are called to ask, who are we, really? Yet the microchip technology is really only the beginning for how we might connect through tech, because where things could go are directly into the realms of something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Let us start with some rather inconspicuous innovations that could change the landscape of the world in a massive way. Perhaps one day, let's say scientists and engineers complete a prototype for an artificial eye for blind people. One simple surgery, and it's a miracle. People who have been blind their whole lives suddenly have the gift of sight. But it won't stop there, though. Suddenly, these people can see wavelengths of light that normal eyes can't, have an integrated zoom feature giving them binocular eyes, and even have an augmented reality display directly in their inner vision. These people could...
Is that fucking Mewtwo?
literally play Pokemon Go anywhere without a phone, literally seeing Pokemon all over the place. When cyborgs can not only see, but see better than someone with normal eyes, even people with fine eyesight will want this upgrade, and a new generation of upgraded humans begins. Even on a less invasive level, we have the ideas like the digital contact lens depicted in the new Brave New World series, which is a contact that hooks into receptors in the back of your eye, giving you a direct mental and visual link to everyone else in society. This could happen with prosthetics too, and in a way it already is, although the tech is still in its infancy. If someone loses or breaks their legs or arms in a terrible accident, they can one day get bionic limbs that are more powerful and capable than any normal body part, giving them super strength or super speed, at least up to the limits of what the rest of the biological body can handle. When this tech is available, of course, some people will opt to have their arms or legs replaced by bionic body parts. This may even be especially popular in top-secret super soldier experiments done by militaries of the world, if
like
they're not
RoboCop.
already doing it. Ideas like this have also been made popular in pop culture, such as with the Cyborg in Treasure Planet, or Ed Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. But speaking now to integrated experiences, let us shift our focus for a moment to consider VR. It's not impossible to think that something like the Oasis from Ready Player One could be...
Oh, I love the way he cites sources. I love the way he cites sources. Like, if it's some insane shit that he knows that if you look into, then he doesn't tell you where it came from. He says many people believe. If there is one nut job who, like, people in the nut job community respect, he'll say it. Otherwise, it's not sourced, or it's just random fucking movies, shows, and stuff like that. They're just like, wouldn't it be fucked up if Terminator was real?
Right around our doorstep, a massive multiplayer online universe that puts you into the experience through VR technology.
VR chat?
This could, and likely would, lead to a form of mass exodus from real life, as people begin...
I think that was the pitch for Second Life, wasn't it?
...shifting their lives into this digital realm. Why go to work in an office when you can work from any conceivable place in the universe? And then instead of spending time with friends at the bar after work, why not go hunting dragons together? Instead of playing racing games on your iPad, why not go and actually experience a race yourself?
I'll be real with you, I hated everyone who came in and told me that, every person who came in to tell me about Ready Player One when I was working at GameStop was the most annoying fucking piece of shit.
Completely immersive, yet safe from the comfort of your home. With all of the suffering in the world and the fantastic possibilities offered by VR, some people might seek out a life spent mostly or even totally in-game.
Wouldn't it be fucked up if people spent most of their fucking life online?
And while everyone is inside of the game, what would happen to the real world? If we are not careful, we may end up with a reality like Ready Player One, with massive slums taking over as people spend less and less time.
How do you get
in the physical
up?
Dimension. Why bother fixing the real world when the in-game world is always perfect, beautiful, or at least exactly as it's designed to be? But even this is not the end, and the lines around what is real begins to blur until you can't even see the line anymore. One day, it may even become possible to transport your entire consciousness into a game. This concept was demonstrated powerfully by a show called Sword Art Online, in which a VR headset allowed individuals to leave their body behind as they enter into an entirely virtual reality. Your body is unconscious, you're not even aware of it, and you experience reality as if you are physically running
Oh, this dude totally would watch Sword Art.
Minecraft, Hyrule, or literally anywhere that you want, as anyone that you want. Recently, this idea was also portrayed in an episode of Black Mirror, with a next-level VR headset that is just a little disc that you put on the side of your head, and it transports your consciousness into a video game. As you enter into a world where you can literally do anything, like fly, use magic, go on epic quests,
War of
or
the
even
Spark?
just spend an entire summer fishing by a beautiful lake in paradise, the question becomes, why spend any time in the physical world at all? Do you want
I mean, true facts. Yeah, I don't go outside if I can avoid it.
to have a super powerful body? Or a super sexy one? How do you want your face to look? You can customize it to your liking freely. Since this technology would connect directly to your brain, it could even stimulate sensations like getting drunk, taking psychedelics, or rewiring your thinking patterns to be however you want. If the only concern of having to unplug is eating and going to the bathroom, then undoubtedly someone will create a technology that makes it so that that isn't even an issue, and you will truly never have to leave. One might also wonder exactly what would happen to your physical body if you were to rewire your consciousness and brain inside of the game world. Would it change your body appearance at all? A mass exodus from the physical world would create tremendous changes within humanity, as part of the human race strives to live in this new world, and another part rebels against it, or simply cannot afford.
I mean, that's a fucking great story idea. That everyone's just trying to like go off into like the whatever, and then yeah, SEO or Sword Art Online demonstrated powerfully that people just want to have incest
to play the game. Further, once brain integration happens and mass data is collected on people's reactions to certain stimuli.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Dot Hack Sign did what Sword Art did better years and years before Sword Art did anything. Does anyone remember Dot Hack Sign? It was literally the same premise, except for it wasn't creepy about it.
The artificial intelligence could skillfully.
If you like the idea of Sword Art Online where people are forced to play an MMO and they're all stuck in the system and so they have to have like medical care done for them until they get out of it, just watch Dot Hack instead. I truly forgot how this video even started. They said something about the algorithms, and I don't know, it's kind of rambling. Like, part of this being a conspiracy theory of everything would be connecting this all to maybe a thing that all of this is related to. Like, just connect anything to anything, man. Like the theory, like a conspiracy theory of everything, I would think is just like you want to connect the dots. Like you want to say the reason that technology is going this direction is because of the aliens. And the reason that the aliens want that is because blah, blah, blah. And that's the reason that we have this going on as well. Just like one conspiracy theory to rule them all. This thing has not had like a coherent string that connects all of these ideas to each other. It's just random, disparate conspiracy theories that he does not bother to prove. It is just a stream of consciousness. Yeah, it is just him saying shit.
In reality, or completely guide your experience in VR so that you rarely, if ever, have a desire to stop using.
This entire video is literally just what if this movie, game, whatever, was real.
Into a game
yeah.
Will at some point give the game creators an awareness of everything about you. Your thoughts, your feelings, your choices, and it would allow anyone with the know-how to monitor you on a very intimate level. And yet, most people will probably skip.
I don't think I thanked Soaring Blue for the year of support. Or Batman for the 6 months of support. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Have we got to the Archons? Yeah, we got to the Archons already. We talked to that.
Past the 50 to 100 pages of terms of service and press accept anyways, because the ability to shoot fireballs and fly is waiting for them on the other side of the sign-up page. And seeing the pinnacle of all of this together, as humanity grows and becomes more advanced and can even create an entirely robot body, if we can transfer our consciousness, our thoughts and memories into a machine, then we could exist with a robot body just like Ultron himself. When that day comes, we will be forced to ask, what constitutes a human being? Now, to some people, this already sounds amazing and can't wait for the future. However, the conspiratorial aspect of this comes in the form of a question. As we step into the next 100 years of change and beyond, who is really running the show? The foundation of the internet as we know it is rooted in algorithms beyond anyone's understanding.
Are we actually going to bring this all back together?
For the purpose of profit and marketing. Who controls these algorithms? Who dictates what we see? Currently, our attention is essentially open to the highest bidder. But is it possible that the AI itself could take us all over? And if we are integrated into this collective mind, is it possible for someone to simply decide what we think and feel? Even when the internet was in its infant stages, people were fantasizing about free and open access to information revolutionizing the world. And while that tech did become available, social media has also come to the forefront and allowed some of our worst primal instincts like tribalism and manipulation to resurface with greater strength than ever before. To go deeper into this, we must acknowledge that—
I'm so tired of trying to refute every fucking stupid ass thing this guy says. He's just saying, what if this thing? Wouldn't it be fucked?
We're all responsible for our own behavior. But as far as social media is concerned, how we use this technology is also beholden to those who created it. In a recent Netflix documentary called The Social Dilemma, several ex-employees of many social media tech giants like Google, Facebook, Instagram, and more sat down to reveal what they had inadvertently created with this pioneering technology: a monster. They explained that they have created a world in which billions of lives are affected by the decisions of a small number of programmers, a social reality in which, through the way that the apps and software work, it facilitates very small and subtle changes in the way that people think and feel. It's so subtle that you don't even know it's happening. But the result is that most of us end up living—
Yeah, I kind of thought that didn't aliens make the internet? I thought he literally just said aliens made the internet. This is Spirit Science. I swear to God, this is the same, like, channel. It may not be the same guy saying it. He might have, like, outsourced the narration.
inside of a delusional bubble, seeing only the content that we're already exposed to seeing. And this software can even help us create negative responses to people who believe anything different than us. The technologies, they explained, are designed specifically to get as much engagement out of you as possible, to get you spending more and more time and then more money just by browsing these social media sites. Really take a moment to think about that. Every single thing that comes up on your own social media feed was put there by an algorithm that was trying to get you to keep scrolling, to warm you up to spending money with an ad, or continue to foster engagement by connecting with other people and bringing them back to the app too.
Right.
A supposedly
that's how
leaked
algorithms work.
From a marketing presentation for video games showed dozens of pages, plans, and methods to use AI and data collection on the target gamer to determine when they were more likely to buy in-game items.
Sure.
And aggressively market to them by displaying offers at those times.
Sure.
Audio captured by the devices revealed to the AI the gender and mood of the player, and found that Wi-Fi signals could reveal their location, such as if the player is in the car or in their bedroom laying down. The AI would also pick up mouse movements and typing speed, revealing levels of engagement, determining how best to serve these ads to the individuals.
Sure.
All of this data is fed into the AI and analyzed by the marketing team to exploit human psychology for the sake of selling virtual goods. The presentation goes as far as using voice tone analysis to determine when players are slightly, moderately, and severely depressed, and then reduces the use of emotion-based advertisements and switches to logic-based advertisements, which were shown to be more effective in a depression. You can imagine what other tactics they might be using, and combined with their ability to manipulate the game to influence your state once you purchase more from their store, well, we weren't kidding when we said technology can be used to control us. Even if this presentation was fake, everything mentioned in it is well within the demonstrated power of AI today. And if it hasn't been integrated yet...
I mean, yeah, like, the stuff he's saying there is like, you could, if you were an asshole and you ran a company where you did not give a shit about the ethics of what you were doing, you could, you know, make it so that way people would spend more money when they're emotionally vulnerable to do so. Sure. Yeah, he keeps making this point because it's the only thing that actually makes any sense. And he's acting like that this is some, like, secret. It's like, yeah, this is how algorithms work. This is the function of algorithms, and they're trying to extract all of the money they can out of you and do it in a way where it doesn't feel like that they're doing anything. Sure. That's why websites like Facebook and Twitter and all of that shit describe Warhammer like it's a conspiracy theory about the future. Okay, so the shamans, they needed someone to rule mankind, and so they made a superhuman, a nameless creature, well, who had a name, but we didn't get around to, like, learning what it is. And that guy has secretly been working in the background of every major historical event for generations. And it's not until the 40th millennia that he shows himself, and then that's the master of mankind, the god king of mankind. And then he does the things. 30th millennium, sure. That's literally the plot of Warhammer. Is that there's a secret human out there who is controlling everything for his own ends to make humanity get to this point where they are, you know, under his control and, you know, all that. That's the good guy faction. Not just the Emperor, all perpetuals. Perpetuals are people who are immortal that can't die. Hilariously, an orc did strap a perpetual to the back of an engine just because it would be funny to do. Which it was. Salamanders now learning that they are not the best just because they're green. You have to be an orc to be the best while you're green. Yeah, I guess they can die. It's just really hard for them. Are they just born immortal? I think so.
I believe that someone is working towards it.
Stop being mean to the only Space Marines I like. Too bad, your Primarch was a bitch and died like one.
And perhaps most critical questions we can ask ourselves in relationship to this new technology is, what is truth? How do we define and collectively agree on truth? Specifically,
there are people who believe the plot of Warhammer to be real, and more alarmingly believe that somehow Donald Trump is the Emperor of mankind. Like, potentially unironically. They look nothing alike? Yeah, I know. Yeah, look up the Emperor of Mankind and tell me if that, like, it looks like the same dude. I'm not fucking with you. People actually believe that for some reason. Now, me personally, I see Warhammer as a fun story that they're kind of fucking up because they don't realize that, hey, maybe this is a cautionary tale and they fuck it up by making it seem like the Emperor isn't that bad of a guy.
Where no matter what you believe, you can always find support or evidence for the argument and perspectives that you hold. Want to believe the Earth is flat, round, or hollow? You can find ample evidence for all three. Are you left-wing? Right?
Are you starting to realize something? Do you understand something? Did you just figure something out? Hold on. I think you just had a thought.
We said technology can be used to control us. Even if this presentation was fake, everything mentioned in it is well within the demonstrated power of AI today. And if it hasn't been integrated yet, you better believe that someone is working towards it. One singular and perhaps most critical questions we can ask ourselves in relationship to this new technology is,
that was a weird sentence.
What is truth? How do we define and collectively agree on truth? Specifically, if we live in a world where no matter what you believe, you can always find support or evidence for the argument and perspectives that you hold. Want to believe the Earth is flat, round, or hollow? You can find ample evidence for all three. Are you...
That doesn't mean that it's... I just found this piece of paper on my desk. It's got some writing on it that I just put there. But ignore that for the sake of, I just found this piece of paper. It says I'm the coolest dude ever, therefore it's true. I was able to find this information by looking for it. Here it is. I found it. Evidence that I am the coolest dude ever. That's important. The ever bit is important. Many people are saying this. It's evidence. And this is just as accurate as anything else that could be found. The Earth is round. It is not flat. It is not hollow. You can find a lot of evidence, but that doesn't mean that it's true or accurate evidence. You could just make shit up.
Left wing, right wing, extreme center? It doesn't matter. On the internet, these ways of thinking are both the greatest and most logical and perfect way of thinking, and the most destructive way of thinking that is destroying our beautiful planet.
I would love to have a conversation about what he thinks politics are. Like, to know anything. Nothing is being said. No shit. Sorry. I lashed out at you and it was not you. I'm mad at this dude and I can't yell at him, so I took it out on you. I'm very sorry. I would love him to have any sort of fucking, like, I want him to talk about something and not use weasel words and not... Okay. I really want... I mean, for all we know, he's plagiarizing his work. I fucking hope he's not, but it's entirely possible he is. Because if he's plagiarizing this, this means that he's plagiarizing it from some other source. And it's just going to be fucking annoying. Like, I don't want there to be another person that has said this before him. You know what I mean? But, like, it could be. Like, nothing he's saying is new information, and he hasn't actually connected the dots to anything. You know? I want to know how the AI algorithm thing connects to aliens. Or how aliens connect to, like, adrenochrome and pedophiles and all that shit. Like, connect the dots for me, man. I'm stupid. Make this make sense to me. What do the aliens need adrenochrome from?
At the same time, depending on who you ask. Thus, the question of truth becomes a pertinent one. How do we, collectively as a species, find truth together? This is a question that we will revisit further down our path. Regarding the modern news and entertainment industry, we already know that the masses are manipulated daily to think and feel and respond in certain ways. And with the insights offered in the social dilemma, It seems as though our social media is also encouraging us to begin behaving in hive mind mentality. This technology appears to cause us to stop becoming unique individuals and become just a cog.
What if he doesn't believe any of this and it's just for the grift? I don't know, man. It's really hard for me to tell that. That's the bit that I can't figure out, is if he's... Yeah, I would like to see a single narrative. That's what I was hoping this would be, is a single narrative of all of these different theories connected. Like...
in a massive machine. And this is where there's a pending issue with the integration of technology. What's to stop the AI from changing the nature of your being based on who's advertising to you in any given day on a deeper level than ever before? In the world today, as people have negative responses...
Are we back to algorithms again?
This fuels more negativity around the issue. Not to mention, the news actively fuels more negative press and stories on a daily basis. So
what's wild is there's a 4-hour version of this.
The negative stories always seem to get more attention. Conspiratorially speaking, there is more and more evidence that shows that consciousness actively steers reality, that our focus and what we focus on dictates what kind of life we experience. People with hope for the world are driven to create things, but people who focus on all the negative stuff in their life generally have more anxiety around things that happen and become stuck in their own fear. The coronavirus pandemic was a great example of this, as we saw mass division.
Oh no. COVID is real. Masks protect you. Vaccines are shown to be safe and effective. This guy's about to say some stupid ass shit.
From people wearing face masks and generally being scared of potentially spreading this thing, and those who just relaxed into the quarantine and said, all right, we're here, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity to create some meaningful change, at least in my own life.
Yeah, you know what happened? A lot of people did weird shit, and honestly, I want history books to say that. We were all fucked up real bad in the brain for like a couple of years there, and I don't think that future generations should judge us for that shit, because no one was fucking okay.
And they did.
Is he about to both sides COVID? He did before. In his video about like COVID and whether or not you should get the shot, he was like, whatever makes you less freaked out, man, because freaking out and being scared is awful. And that's worse than getting the virus. So yes, he is a fence sitter.
If Facebook and Google are steering the mainstream narrative, then they ultimately have a massive influence in the direction that society goes.
Why the fuck are you even engaging with this guy's ideas then? Because it's funny to make fun of him? I can't feed you right now, boy. I'm working. You're okay. You'll be fed at 5. The boy.
They could design their systems to create peace and prosperity in the world, but their core focus is profit, which is good for business. So why would they change their business model? This couldn't have been made more evident by a personal quote from Mark Zuckerberg, founder of Facebook, who actually said, "What's good for the world isn't necessarily what's good for Facebook."
Yeah.
Yes, he really said that. And he owns one of the largest companies in the world, influencing the lives of billions. Even if humanity was connected digitally with all of this access to information, such as consciousness integration and all that, unless you were actively looking to download and install books and wisdom into your mind, it's all too likely that the focus of our collective mind could be hijacked by advertisements, entertainment, or other things. The exact same as how we are constantly distracted by social media today, and this could even be used to steer our species in the direction of whoever or whatever was pulling the strings. At this point, it almost appears as though this kind of technological integration is inevitable, and if you're conflicted about it, you're not alone. On the one hand, the ability to read...
Do you still do web series watch-alongs? We haven't done one in a minute, but we probably should get back to it so it doesn't... Yeah, does anyone else feel like they're dumber now? Like, more so than the average Rev stream that you watch it and then you get dumb. But I mean, like, more so than usual, do you feel stupid now? Because I feel dumb as fuck.
Wanted to in days, or learn more about yourself and the universe in such a short time, or master Kung Fu, is very appealing. On the other hand, if your mind can be controlled or even forcefully steered in any direction by someone else, then is that really a paradigm that we want to be a part of? I imagine that there will be some big turning points for our species in the journey of development of this technology. But if we can learn to do this in an open source way that allows each and every individual their own sovereign right to freedom of thought and feeling, and actually choose what they share with the collective mind, well, I don't know. I'd be curious about the potential outcomes of this. The silver lining we have going into this is how the process mirrors what the internet of today brought us, good and bad. If we can learn from our mistakes and take that wisdom at a large scale into the new paradigm, we have hope. Even if its temptations still clutch the majority of people, a select few can guard the light and guide others into an enlightened cyberpunk reality. You can start practicing right now by being mindful of how your relationship with social media truly affects your life and the lives of those that it connects you with.
Yeah. Yes. You should be very aware of how social media affects your brain.
Still clutch the majority of people, a select few can guard the light and guide others into an enlightened cyberpunk reality. You can start practicing
enlightened cyberpunk reality. I haven't seen the new Blade Runner. Did they completely change the core narrative? Like, did they change what the entire fucking series was about? No? Oh. So this guy's full of shit? I mean, I knew that already from the past hour and 22 minutes, but I'm just saying. Okay.
By being mindful of how your relationship with social media truly affects your life and the lives of those that it connects you with, and hopefully pass that wisdom on to future generations. If a great positive shift doesn't occur, we will forever be destined to repeat our mistakes on greater and greater scales until we finally do.
Okay. The original was 4 hours. They cut out 20 minutes earlier. Don't know what was there. This is the short edition, yeah. Yeah. This is the short version. The long version is 4 hours. You can download it from his website after you give him his your email. There's probably no reason that could go bad. I'm so glad we decided not to watch the 4-hour one.
Humanity is undergoing an exponential increase in veils being lifted, and we are seeing life being stirred up and changed.
It's very fear-mongery.
One analogy we might use here is as if humanity has been in the dark for so long, isolated by socioeconomic and cultural divides. And yet with modern technology, it would seem as though the lights are collectively turning on. But now, there is so much light, all at once, that it is blinding. And despite our access to so much information today, we are still just as blind as we ever were. That is, while we allow time for our eyes to adjust. Yet the root of revelation doesn't just speak to veils lifted, but our own revelation from divine origin. Belief systems and ideologies are challenged in mass as new information comes out that asks us to reassess our paradigms of identity. As this happens, those who are willing to explore new ideas grow, and those who rail against anything new only burrow deeper into their own existing paradigm. Even in the new world we are creating.
That stock clip of the girl with the cop? Yeah. I was waiting for the cop to just like blindside her with the shield or something.
There are bound to be different paradigms that people live within. We must remember that some people are filled with hate, negativity, and suffering, all of which are descending from their own pain, which inhibits their higher consciousness and keeps them rooted in a lower vibration. This does not mean that they are bad people, for the only true remedy is compassion. No matter how far disconnected from their soul someone may be, they can always come back to the light. However, the only way for this to take place is if they genuinely want to. For unless someone seeks,
I don't give a shit about my brainwaves anymore. They're fucked.
Thus, it doesn't matter if someone spends their time
I'm dumber now.
in VR reality for years, abuses their bodies, or even in some future reality travels throughout the universe. All paths through life can be taken, but only one path leads to the liberation of the soul. This is the path within. May this be a lesson for all of us too, for if we are afraid of the darkness within us and others, and we attempt to quell it by attacking it with anger and hate, then we lessen our own vibration and reduce ourselves to the same state of consciousness as that which we are fighting against. Evil begets evil, and in the words of a wise Jedi Master, fear leads to anger.
No, come the fuck on. Stop, man.
Hence, the true solution to the salvation of humanity, or the reconnection of our souls as we discussed so long ago, is through genuine and authentic compassion. By elevating our own consciousness to such a degree that our light radiates.
What does that mean? I've watched so much of this guy, but he just says shit like elevate your consciousness. What does that mean? What does that fucking mean? Use words to describe this basic fucking premise of everything you talk about. Sword Art Online powerfully demonstrated his point.
To those around us, and we become instruments of sacred transformative change by the goodness that we embody.
My
While
God!
this may sound to some like spiritual woo, the discoveries around this today have the power to radically change everything we think we know about both science and religion. These discoveries speak to a deeper, basic, and
like movies and shows, anime, video games. That's some asshole like me coming up with an idea and being like, wouldn't it be fucked if we just like stopped going outside at all and we just like hooked into like some sort of video game and we just played video games all the time? While this may sound like bullshit, what if it's real? Then it would be a big deal. That's literally this whole video. He starts by saying that. What if we started running like Naruto ninjas? Yeah, why not? What if we started doing that? Maybe we would run faster. You know, as they said in the popular show, Sword Art Online, that girl's got some big old boobs. I don't know, fucking, what are you...
more intrinsic understanding about the nature of who we are and our place in the cosmos, as well as the abilities that we have and may inherit. Speaking to the nature of consciousness itself, these discoveries are so paradigm-shattering that life on Earth as we know it will never be the same once the knowledge becomes commonplace among the people of the Earth. That is, if it's ever allowed to get there.
I just want him to define terms. Like, seriously. Like, if you read any sort of, like, political text, it's very fucking common for them to go, they're gonna say something, and then they define what that term means later on. For instance, like, in, I think it's Capital, Marx explains, like, the difference between private and personal property, you know? and private is like the means of production, whereas personal is stuff like your toothbrush or your toilet, and you'll be able to keep personal stuff for yourself. It would still be weird to knock on someone's door or kick their door in and shit in their toilet, right? Whereas everyone would have access to the machines that make stuff. That is the private stuff. See how the words private and personal are more or less the same when you kind of think about them, but like in this context, he's defined what those words mean. If I've got a web series to recommend, where can I send it? Like Tumblr is fine, whatever. Like, he doesn't explain what consciousness is or how, like, what elevating to another tier means to be able to have, like, a conversation about, like, those things. I've got a Tumblr. It's just RevScarecrow, yeah. And you can just do a private, like, just do, like, a DM or whatever, a private message. You can be anon. It's fine. And you can link it that way.
For a long time, our perception of spirituality has been governed by the religions of the world, and our perception of the universe and the nature of life has been governed by science. Movies like Zeitgeist outline and identify ways in which the religious institutions have monopolized people in.
I remember downloading and watching this movie with my mom, and I remember it got to the part about fucking 9/11 and steal memes. This is not a good movie. This is Zeitgeist. The movie is more or less very similar to this hour and a half that we spent here.
A myriad
Absolute
of ways,
insanity.
While others today, such as Dr. Rupert Sheldrake's The Science Delusion, demonstrates how science has been used to shepherd people into a mindset, keeping us locked into a paradigm of physicality and nothing more. Further, these two voices of science and religion have been at odds for a very long time, sharply criticizing one another, or otherwise outright refusing to acknowledge each different perspective, or their many merits and wisdoms that they bring forth. Despite this, today new revelations about the nature of consciousness stand to shatter the illusion of separateness.
Are we insane yet? Yeah, no, my brain is just mush. Like, seriously, this is like the worst drug I've ever taken. Like, I feel off and worse as opposed to
dogma we've clung to for so long and give us a foundation.
like most of the time when you do drugs, like you just feel weird, but like there's some benefit because you're comfy, or maybe like you get to see cool shit, you know? But like this just feels like being hung over or something.
Blueprint to create a new world for ourselves. Truly, it's how we can create heaven on earth. All that's required is our complete participation. One example of this is found in the work of Dr. Bruce Lipton with The Biology of Belief, which explains with profound scientific logic that our belief.
Bruce H. Lipton. What do you have a degree in? I really want to know what he has a degree in. Developmental biology.
Beliefs and self-identity are a product of our environment, and that as we think it, so shall we become. His work describes that if we spend our lives believing that my family had a hereditary disease, so I'll get it too, you are consciously and subconsciously programming your body with signals that will facilitate you creating that outcome. And of course,
if this was true, people who are adopted out of their biological families would not have the same conditions that their families, like their biological parents, would. Yeah. So we can actually prove whether or not hereditary diseases are us just not thinking right. Like you could do science and figure the shit out.
Of course, this belief and others can come from our parents and family, or the environments that we expose ourselves to. When we look at all of our childhood programming together, we find today a mashup of countless different media programs and entertainment.
You've listed like 30 during this. The Matrix, Sword Art Online. We had 1984, Brave New World. Fucking, what else am I missing? Lucy, that movie. I still haven't seen it, so I don't really know what it's about. Like, Ready Player One. Like, my bitch, you've only cited that as your references. You haven't said anything aside from this guy that no one respects said this shit. And maybe it's true. Fucked if it is. Ghost in the Shell, that was a cool anime.
Stories, passed down rhetoric and ideas that we received from friends and others around us. Who we are today was shaped by the world, and while many of the lessons that we received growing up were good and valid, many others were simply long-held beliefs that have been passed down for generations, yet may not hold our highest interest at heart. These beliefs shaped our perspective of the world, and in that, how we behave and act, which leads us to create our destinies.
It is really actually
As it would
amazing.
seem, many of the belief systems we hold on to disempower
How he
ourselves
spent
from being able
so
to live
long
our
saying
lives to the
nothing.
fullest. Further, many of the largest industries today are built upon previous paradigms, and so their continued growth means the limiting of this new understanding. For example, we return here to the pharmaceutical industry. If you help someone cure their depression, it's very difficult to justify charging them thousands of dollars a year for a prescription.
King Wormo,
It
thank
is
you for the
far
76
easier and
months
much
of
more
support.
lucrative that their depression or
Sorry,
illness
that
will
didn't sound
be
like
with
I was
them.
excited. Okay. Here's my hot take about depression. And I know some people are going to try and cancel me though on this, but I'm going to say it. I think that the world is currently set up in a way that is not super hospitable to humans. And some people are more sensitive to that than others. And everyone feels like they should be able to just do the things that need to be done. You know, like I should just be able to work 40 hours a week to have enough money to be able to get a job, to be able to, you know, do a thing. So I'm not saying that depression isn't real. I'm just saying a lot of people who have depression may not actually have depression. They may just be in a situation that is so incredibly fucked, and they feel that they are personally to blame for how fucked and shit it is. It's not even like your brain chemistry is bad sort of thing. The world just kind of sucks in a way that is bad for you. I would honestly love to see what would happen if we did do stuff like universal basic income and shit like that. Whether or not depression rates would go down. I would imagine they do. You know? Because if you can, like, quantify the shit that you are sad about, and if it could all just be solved by just, what if you have, like, more money? That would be better. You know? So, like, yeah, I don't think that there's any way that you can just do that aside from overthrowing the system. But, like, you know, yeah, like, living today can be a bit like microdosing PTSD. It's not just be happy. You have expectations that you're trying to meet, and when you don't meet those, it's bad for you. I used to study psychology, and recognizing poverty as the root of depression is like intro level stuff. Since DSM-4, it's been generally recognized that depression can be apropos of nothing, but most likely is a response to material conditions. Right, yeah. And that's what I've called shit life syndrome before, where it's like, you're not depressed, your life just sucks. You know? Like, does that make sense? Like, yes, you may have depression for literally years on end. How does one tell the difference? That's a much harder thing to do. That is a much harder thing to figure out. And I think, regardless, I don't think figuring out whether or not you have shit life syndrome or depression is really that much of a bother that you should look into. I think you should still go see a shrink, and if they say, hey, you need antidepressants, then you may need antidepressants, you know? That's a conversation for you and your doctor. But I think everyone should be in the business of trying to make the world a better place so that we would stop being in that vibe, you know? I feel like what you're saying is rooted in belief more so than proper fact. I mean, it's basically me reinterpreting what psychology tells us, which is based on studies. Why is a person who's supposed to make you grow called shrink? Because they shrink your problems for you. I think that's why it is. I take antidepressants, and I don't know if I have depression or if I have shit life syndrome. I don't know. I think there's a lot of things like, you know, the ads that we get. You're not skinny enough. You're not hot enough. You need this product in order to look good, to be good, yada yada. That shit is not good for your brain. This isn't a conspiracy. Old derisive term for head shrinker. At the end of the day, regardless, making the world a better place by, you know, I don't know, doing stuff would solve that. ADHD, yeah. I mean, like, a lot of, like, psychological issues are just, like, incompatible with being. That's not saying, like, ADHD is just like, oh, you can't work capitalism well enough. Like, as someone with ADHD, like, my life sometimes just kind of sucks because I don't get to do the fun things I wanted to do because I got stuck doing some other bullshit, you know? I think that's, you know. ADHD is like being possessed by a rabid ferret.
For a very long, long time. We must understand that the environment has played a very significant role in the creation of our collective reality, even from the moment that we were conceived, and all of the experience that we've had since birth. And while birth defects do exist, Bruce's research says that 95% of people have perfectly fine DNA and can change how their genes are expressing themselves.
Fuck you for this.
If they will it so. For some, this may be easier than it is for others, but it's very empowering research nonetheless. If we can change the signals our bodies are receiving, the thoughts and feelings we tell ourselves and receive from others, the places we live, the music we listen to, the food that we eat, the entertainment we watch, all of these aspects will play a
Yeah, you don't
role.
need to medically transition. This guy just told us the secret. You're right. If you don't want to have a penis anymore, just stop. Just think it away. Just stop having one. Manifest tits.
In reshaping our lives by influencing us from surface to very deep levels. As Bruce's work suggests, it doesn't matter what ails you. If you can address the root cause and provide yourself with a stimulus of a higher vibration, there is nothing that you cannot heal.
Why would I ever do that? How did you speak for an hour and a half and fucking say nothing? Yeah. Like, easy to digest. Like, I'm used to political theory where they say stuff, and even if I don't believe it, like, at least they define their terms, they talk about it, what it means, and they use some sort of evidence or science to back it up, you know? That's... Even if the evidence is, like, not the best, like, at least they have some. There was nothing to digest here. There was nothing to this video. Yeah, this is less of a conspiracy theory of everything and more of just, here are all the conspiracy theories that I believe in. Does this description cite any sources? That's a great question. No, go fuck yourself. There's nothing at the end here that I take will actually have like a site source. Like, artists are capable of coming up with really fucked up weird shit. And instead of actually doing any of those fucked up things, we just, like, you know, go, wouldn't it be fucked up if there was a story like that? Like, wouldn't it be fucked up if there was, like, a place that people were dragged off to where they had to compete in games against each other in order to have the basic amount of money to survive? Did you know that Josh Peck was in Oppenheimer? I don't know who that is. Who's Oppenheimer? Wouldn't that be funny if that's what the part of that sentence that I didn't... Okay, sorry. What is the hospital video? I'll look at the Furbies. I'll look at the Furbies, but someone's saying that there's one where he... No, no. The spiritual money movie. We're not going to watch it. I just want to see if he asks for money at the end. For a full list of sources, click here. This one has sources? I'm using a private window, so I'm good. See? Private browsing. Okay, so here's the issue with this video. In his most recent video, he's asking for money for his projects to redo some of his old videos. You don't... Why would you ever ask for money if you could just get it like this? Joker is a reflection of our society's ills. These thumbnails feel exactly the same as Game Theory channel thumbnails. Yeah. Yeah, they do. I don't know what to look for to find his... This is the map pad of spirituality. Not too far off. I want to see the one where he walks into a hospital. I can't find it. How Gurren Lagann unleashes the power of the gods. Can you listen to big bar fights with glass shatters, wood breaks, and some yells? No. Sorry. It's not on his channel. Okay. Spirit Science Hospital. Vosh reacts to spirit science infiltrating a surgery. I don't want that. Is there a version without Vosh? Spirit science guy should be in jail. Jordan D infiltrates a hospital. Okay. Jordan D hospital. Re-upload.
Okay, I've infiltrated a hospital. Actually,
uploaded 2 years ago. Did he do this during the COVID? Okay. Give me half a second. Yeah, he walks into an actual surgery room. And just like hangs out in there. I'm gonna link it, but I can't watch that on stream. Like, that is super not okay for watching on stream. But if we skip to near the 1 minute 30 mark, he does like a wrap up, it looks like. So we can watch that bit.
Few things about healing arts and what modern society knows and understands about healing. My first observation was the incredible lack of crystals. Because it seems that we, as a modern society, have actually slowly drifted away from more universal, natural forms of growth and healing, and more of a technological driven.
Is this real?
Way of looking at things. Now, don't get me wrong, because this isn't a bad thing. Hospitals are great because they're here to help and help heal. I think what most people are missing, though, is that healing has to come from yourself. You are the only person that can heal yourself. Yes, a doctor can cut open your brain and do some surgery and pull out something bad, treating the symptom. But for you to truly heal, has to come from
Zesty Sword, thank you for 70 months of support. That is a lot of months. That's a fuck ton of months. Holy shit. Thank you.
From within, has to come from yourself. Now, if I was, for example, to break my leg or something, and in the past I've actually broken my thumb, I would, of course, go to a hospital and get that repaired. That's what they do. The hospitals, it seems, are very good for helping the physical body repair itself. Now, of course, the self has to be the one to repair all parts of the self. If you fix your body, that's one aspect out of your whole being. You still have your mental body. You still have your conscious self that you go about your day with and experience reality. So by just repairing your physical body, wonderful, but you have to take the responsibility to fix the rest of you as well. I think the biggest thing that's missing, however, in hospitals today is the word healing. The healing process.
I thought it was crystals.
Hospitals are not the most centered towards healing, at least in the hospitals that I experienced and have experienced in the past. I don't doubt that many of them are much more based around wellness of the self and keeping the self I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Yeah, you'd never know what you're saying. What the fuck? Yeah, fixing your physical health does help your mental health. When I have an upset tummy, it makes me sad. True. Why did he upload this? Morgellons disease. What is this? How about yeah.
What is Morgellons disease? I have had Morgellons disease patients in my practice. They often have fibers in their skin, it's irritation of the skin, they have plenty of symptoms, and they're quite sick. They've been to several dermatologists. They've been told it's delusional, parasitic.
This guy sounds like he just took a huge hit from a vape. He's got that intonation in his voice.
It's all functional, which is psychiatric. Dr. Ginger Savely, in a PhD thesis, looked at people with the same lesions and found out many of them had Lyme disease history. And if you treated them for Lyme disease, even though they're quite sick.
What's the conspiracy with Morgellons disease?
You still go to dermatologists to no avail. But when they have Morgellons, and I've had the same thing, they were quite sick, but with treatment, it's quite helpful. What is Morgellons disease?
Oh, okay. Morgellons is a fake disease that people self-diagnose and claim is a medical conspiracy. They believe random fibers are coming out of their skin. All right. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that might end up showing me some body horror if we look into it. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a conspiracy theory. That just sounds like a mental illness. It does sound like deep root disease. I think something that's important to realize is not all crazy people believe in conspiracy theories, and not all people who believe in conspiracy theories are crazy. To believe in a conspiracy theory is to say, I don't think that the official story is real, and a lot of that has to do with, again, wanting to make sense of a senseless world where bad shit happens when it shouldn't. And, it's attractive to say that there's, an Illuminati. And if we just get rid of the Illuminati, then everything's solved. The world will have true peace, Like, it's comforting to know that the world is organized in such a way, But that being said, it's an easy solution. It simplifies the world down into one giant problem that can be solved. It gives community. It gives, I mean, there's a reason that, people believe in conspiracy theories, and it's not just, craziness. It's, what the fuck is this? Fake Furbies. I mean, some of these look pretty legit. Like, Boomy looks pretty legit. There's one conspiracy theory we can all agree on. Epstein didn't kill himself. I mean, I'm kind of in that camp, yeah. Zoom in for mobile? Sorry, yeah, hold on. There we go. Jabberwacky, the interactive space owl, non-electronic version. Hoodie Pet. Groovy. That just looks like that one pee-pee. Hoodie Pet and Groovy just look like pee-pee. Yeah? Jesus fucking... Yeah. My face after watching all that shit. Oh my god, what are these? knockoff Era 2.0 Furbies. Okay. I mean, this one's pretty awful. Like, that's just a Furby with the skin taken off. Do you have any music to play in the background? I'm kind of, my brain is gone. Like, holy shit. I'm trying to think of funny things to say about these robots. And just like, I'm not around, man. Like, Adjustable Buddy. Oh, I love him. Oh, he's so fucking good. Oh, man. I love the keychains. The keychains all look like they've been through some shit. Yeah. Bump and go fake, furry fake. Jesus fuck. The fuck. Do you want to see my long Furby? Yes, I do want to see your long Furby. As long as that's not a euphemism. You're sub, so you should be able to post links. Long Furbies are sick. Yeah. When a Furby looks like that, when the Furby is all long, it's because it's being like kept in like bad conditions by its owner. And that's just, you know, that's bad for stuff. Yeah, maybe post it in the journal chat on Rev's Funhouse. I don't know if I can keep going, man. Like, have I been streaming anything kind of mindless while, like... Can I send mine? Sure, give me a second. We beat Ultra Kill. There you go. You should be able to post links for the next, like, 3 minutes. Oh, here we go. GG has sent Long Furby. Open in browser. Oh, this one's really good. Holy fuck, these suck. Thank you for sending them to us. It is... How big is this thing? I love this image. This image is really good. This image is a fucking mood. His name is Pineapple Bread, and my partner hates him. Fair? Honestly? Pineapple Bread, I love him. He's about 2.5 feet long. That's just shy of a meter for anyone who's like not American. This thing is huge. $75 centimeters, sure. Why, not why, but where did you get this? Yeah, you could turn this into nunchucks and just beat the shit out of someone with a Furby. A meter is about a yard, which is 3 feet. I got it from KatsuCon in the Artist Alley like last year. Fuck, I need to go to actual conventions for shit like this. How do I send a picture link? With like Imager or something? I love him. I love how fucked up this thing is. What is that? The mouth. What would happen if you took like 5 of these? And yeah, that's like you're recreating Human Centipede with Furbies. This is where I'm at mentally right now, man. This is all I can fucking handle. This is where I am. This is it. This is the end of me. I honestly expected to make it a little longer in this life, but like this, just looking at this directly after all that weird, stupid conspiracy theory shit with no fucking proof has broken me mentally. Fecal Crust, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I think we're gonna end up doing the secret thing with it sounds like I'm gonna get Hoots and Simple Flips and maybe Luigi Guy next Wednesday to do a secret thing that I worked on. I am gonna try and get Fat Nuts and or Mike involved, but we'll see. But I know at least those people have shown interest. So hopefully that'll be on Wednesday. It was gonna be today, but I could only confirm Simple and Hootie being there. And yeah. Joey Fat Nuts? No, like Fat Nuts Fred. Yul is not there is no knowledge about the size, shape, or quantity of Yul's nuts. Any hints on what it is? I made it myself. It'll be fun. It'll be a good time. What if Rev made a thing and then made people play it, interact with it, deal with it? That's what it'll be. You should be excited. It's going to be good. How much problems can I create? Rev, we made a weird board game we're beta testing right now about RevCord. Huh. Jabroni Mike Warhammer painting stream unhinged. If he ever starts playing Warhammer, I hope to God that he does not play Harlequins, because holy shit, that is not an easy faction to paint. Like, at all. I think that I should probably stop, because I don't know if I have any thoughts left in my brain. This was... You're good, Bungie. Don't worry about it. What other games are we streaming right now? Right now, we just finished with Trey Pang and Ultra Kill. We have House Flipper, Disco Elysium, Against the Tide. I've been playing a fuck ton of Vampire Survivors off stream on my phone. Trey Pang is available on After Hours if you want to go watch that. And then, of course, Baldur's Gate. I've been playing that, and Contraband. I guess we could play some Vampire Survivors. This is going to occupy my mind pussy for sure. What the fuck does that mean? I think we're just going to call it here. My brain is mush now. I'm sorry. I'll get over, like, immediately having my brain go to mush after we get done with this shit. Eventually, I'll indoctrinate myself to enough weird conspiracy theories that I'll just be able to let it roll off my back. I'm going to go. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I didn't. I will see you tomorrow. Good luck.